Hey, Mr. Bill, thanks for being here first. 20,000 dough to you, 10,000 dough to Golden Coin, and anybody that said anything, well, here's something for y'all. That's you two. You had to say it after the bot was initiated, though. After it said, current game is still in progress, that's when you know the bot's initiated. Why do you like to wait till after? Oh, you gotta be quicker. You gotta be. I'm the old man with the dollar on the end of the fishing line. You gotta be quicker than that. Okay. Geico commercial. Oh, y'all might not have that commercial up there. How you doing, Brody? How's everybody doing? Knock it off. I haven't seen any cats yet. Well, all right, doing all right. All right. Got Simon's medicine in him. So that's the biggest ordeal of the morning. Every morning is getting the oil into Simon. Fish oil. Man, it's weird. I feel bad for him having to do it. Having to, like, because I have to, like, take this syringe, I squirt it to the back of his throat, and it's so much fluid that he has to keep himself from freaking choking on it. I feel really bad. I got some true cheats on the way today, though, and I'm gonna see if maybe I can trick him into eating it with a churro treat, mixing it in with one like I was doing the outdoor cats. Because I know once he gets older, he might not be able to deal with me squirting a bunch of liquid into his mouth every morning. And I can't, I can barely, I don't know, man. I can't even imagine giving it to him one morning and he inhales it and I end up killing him on accident. You know, like that fucked me up. So I gotta figure out another way. Maybe I can get him to take it because it's definitely working. The hair on the back of his legs is growing back. Like right here on his legs, all the hair was disappearing. And the hair on his belly is coming back. Talk to the people. There you go. Ah. Um, hey, she's biting me. Cover me. No, don't bite me. Oh, good. No. Get the fuck off of me. Fuck. God damn it. She's clawing into my back, dude. What the fuck? You know, I don't think she realizes I can just smack the shit out of her and get her off me. She thinks that she actually like has me. She's like, "Oh, I'm taking him down. Look at this." The fuck? It's not the first time she's done that. She doesn't go. She definitely clawed into my back. See him? You see any claw marks? I can't fucking look at two places at the same time. I feel them, but they're probably not noticeable. Little pinprick feelings that tickle. That's how you know that she got through the epidermis. No, yeah. Your epidermis is showing, by the way. Vague. What are you doing, man, out here? Your epidermis hanging out. Dude, I remember I remember saying that to kids in elementary school, and they legit didn't know what the fuck it was. They'd be like, not. The good old days when it didn't take much to be smarter than the rest of the population. The rest of the peers. Actually, I don't think it takes much now either. Go that way. Go on. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. Well then. I mean, don't they say that? I mean, and this was 20 years ago. They said that the average reading comprehension of an adult was 10th grade, man. And it's probably 8th grade now. I, I scored a perfect on my GED on reading comprehension. This is the only test I scored perfect on of the GED tests. There are a bunch of different categories. But reading comprehension, I scored an 80 out of 80. I got every question right. And I'm assuming that was at a 12th grade level. Hey, so now you know. It was a soft brag. The lady had never seen it before. She was like, "You better go to college, boy." She's some older black lady, heavy set. I'll never forget her because I didn't know what I was going to score. And she like looked at him with me and she was like, "Boy, I ain't never seen that before." I was 17. So I'm probably a lot dumber now. I'm sorry. but I can still comprehend what the hell y'all are saying. I read through the lines a lot more than most other people. Probably too much. I'm paranoid. But just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. Does it? Hey, would y'all prefer, like, would y'all be more willing to help me out with the cat food and shit if I did a wish list for Amazon so you can just buy the cat food and have it shipped straight to me? Because, I'm, Sister T and I are pretty much funding this thing solely. No comment. Thanks, guys. Good talk. Nobody thinks this is an. Y'all think this is an admirable thing that's worth helping out a kitty? You think I should just stop doing it? Is that what it is? Damn, Simon just took her down with some precision. Visual is definitely helping. I mean, like which am I wasting my time here with the cats? Pretty kind of you, but no one's willing to chip in except for Sister T. It seems after doing this for over half a year. So that's what's concerning about it. Maybe I don't know. I don't know, man. Because I'm going to be running out of the Ziwi pretty soon, and then it's going to be all new food that I'm buying. Right now, I'm like getting rid of it, but like every time I put Ziwi out, I'm getting rid of food that Simon wouldn't eat, and I don't feel like it's out of return policy, so I got to do something with it. But that's going to run out eventually, and all I'm going to have is fancy piece that I'm buying out of pocket every time it runs out. And I don't know, roughly $1 a can, 88 cents plus tax. Shit adds up, man. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for this channel. Oh. God damn it, both you fucking assholes, get the fuck back. Simon, 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 come on. All he cared about was leaving before I left, and when I come back, he was just giving me the complete ignore treatment. He's like, no, you don't tell me when to go. I tell you when I want to go. Human. Looking at something. And if I were to have looked out there, there's nothing there. Let me see. Oh, cat, not a person, not a leaf blowing. There's not even any wind. He was just staring at the wall like, this motherfucker made me wait. I'll make him wait now. Oh. He started doing what Simon used to do when he used to hang out up there, rub his neck and his head up against the sides of it. Start going back up there again. At least the hair's starting to grow back on his legs, though. That's very promising. Yeah. I think he's feeling a little bit better. He was getting sores, man, from chewing so much, from biting himself so much. He was getting little red. I might have taken pictures of them, but, and it was very pink back there because so much hair was coming off. Every time I scroll through my pictures, I see the pictures of Tux, man. Ay, ay, ay. I have more pictures of Tux in here than I do of them two from the past few months. Oh, dude. Dude, I used to have a jumping spider that lived in my garbage. This little guy, I showed him on stream before. That's him eating a fly. He's got a fly eating it right there. You see the fly? The fly's eyes? The two little red fly eyes? You can see. The one fly eye on the left side. See the right, it's right below the spider's eyes. The wing and everything. Like, I watched him catch that thing. It was pretty epic. Oh, hush, sweet pea. But what I was getting at is I think that same exact spider is at my garage now, living there. Oh. Hey, stop, your little butthole. Why? Because I'm staying. I'm not gonna. Like, this was this? Diamond. Had them at least back in September, because I was starting to take pictures. That's when they were starting up, but it got bad over the past October. Damn, that was like 3 or 4 months, man. I didn't take any pictures of them since then. Well, the hair's starting to come back now, so that's good. Had to deal with that for a while. Interesting, the same day I was taking pictures of Simon's. Yeah, that's when it just started missing, man. It was, man, that gradually happened. I wish I had gotten more pictures of how bad it got. I really didn't. That would have helped me see how good it's doing now. But, oh well. Yeah. He has none of those sores right now. And I wish I had pictures, but from what I remember, there would be probably 20 of those red dots on, like, a few on the back of one back leg, a few on the back of the other, and on his lower belly. And I would be able to feel like in his groin area, and I would always feel like kind of like scabby bumps right there for the past couple of months. I didn't know what to do. The hair was starting, like, it gradually went to where he almost didn't have any hair on those areas also, and he would, I don't know, I would just see him licking all the time. But now the hair's growing back. There aren't any of those bumps, and he doesn't. I like don't catch him like quickly. He would quickly stop everything and go to like lick really fast, like something was hurting or itching really bad, one of the two. And he wanted to take care of it right now, and I haven't seen him do that as much, only with his toes. Uh, I might need to clip him again. I gotta get his wicks back. I think. Someone else stop bothering him. But yeah, the fish oil, it really sucks having to squirt in his mouth every morning the way I do. But it seems to be doing something because it's the only thing that I've changed. I've been doing it every morning for maybe 2 weeks now, or a week and a half to 2 weeks. It definitely didn't work overnight. Takes time for the hair to grow back, of course, and the things didn't heal up overnight either. And that's what it says. It has to build up over time. Oh no, Scissor T, she should be okay. Hopefully she's got safe travels. She's running some errands, helping somebody out this morning. You know, he just ran in here like that. He's getting more pep to his step. That's why I think it's actually helping his joints. And if he was having some sort of itchy allergy thing, also that. And like he's taking her down. He used to, dude. She was like starting to own him a little bit, and not anymore. He only has him on jumps, but on the ground, like she was like knocking him over, and she was bullying him. I was feeling like like I needed to help him somehow, so that for one, he wasn't getting bullied. He wasn't itchy. His joints are feeling good. Like how embarrassing that would be to be an adult male. Oh, yeah. See that right there. That used to take him out. He would jump on his back like that. He would get taken out by it. But I think it would hurt his back a bunch. Not anymore. Now he stays up. Oh, got her. You got her. She attacked him first because she's used to him not having this power. Dude, I had to help him. It was breaking my heart seeing him get his ass kicked by her like that. I knew it was something. I felt like it was something to do with his bones, his joints. Yeah, sure. He could be on something like steroids or something, but that's going to mess him up with in another area. I don't want to have to give him medication, so this is perfect. It sucks, dude. It really it's my least favorite part of the day used to be doing litter boxes, or also or splitting his thyroid pill was also really tedious, and I sucked doing that first thing in the morning too. I don't have to do that anymore. The litter boxes still do suck. Like it's my second least favorite thing to do. Oh, dude, but squirting that oil in his mouth is definitely number one now. No. Yep, because I gotta measure it out first. Put it in the, draw it up in the syringe. Make it so that sometimes the syringe sticks and it won't plunge, and I'll just be stuck there with it in his mouth, and he'll be like acting like he's chewing, swallowing. We got like a routine. He knows what's up. I know what's up. But sometimes it'll just stick, and I can't plunge it for some reason. I'll have to go to the sink, waste it into the sink, push the plunger back and forth a bunch, and then refill it with another squirt, and then I have to do it to him again. I feel so bad for him to have to like, because he doesn't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, he doesn't know why I'm squirting this weird shit into his mouth every morning. What about the squirting? Yeah, it's a lot though. It's like 1.5 to 2 milliliters at once. It just goes whoosh. Um, I'm just concerned with when he gets older. Also, he's going to be able to tolerate that. when it sticks like that, it worries me that I'm gonna plunge it at the wrong time because it sticks, and I feel like if all of a sudden it gives, it's gonna be like I might jab him in the back of the throat with the thing on accident, you know, because it'll it'll make me push my thumb to it'll pop free, and I'll push my thumb into the thing, and it'll jab in the back. It doesn't have a needle on it or anything, but still, I'm not trying to do it. I accidentally touched it to the back of his throat one morning, and he like because of that. It didn't give though because I was trying to like make it go, but without putting too much pressure on it, and I ended up just barely bink, and he goes threw up like just a little bit of like juices. And he started licking it off of the floor. I'm like, no, 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 buddy, no, you don't have to do that. No, it's okay. It's so bad about that one. I've been more careful not to get too close to the back of his throat. Also, if it sticks, I just waste that pump and start over. You know? My main concern is if the salmon oil is actually breaking down the syringe plastics or rubber. It definitely took off the lettering. I guess it was an oil-based paint, maybe. But all the lettering from the syringe got deleted from the oil. Hard to ship. Yeah. Oh well, that's different for you, Brody. That's it, dude. Kind of weird this morning. One cat. I wasn't that late. And I've been watching the screen. I didn't see any walk by going to the house. I didn't see any in the alley. It was colder than normal last night though. It was like 44 when I got up this morning. It's still 45. Yeah, it's cold. Damn, we're having a late start to the heat this morning. Hey, Sister T. There you are. How's your trip? Your cough drop. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bada bum bada bum bada bum 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 bada bum 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 bada bum 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 bada bum bum. Bum bada bum bada bum 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 bada bum bum.
Deck the hall with glory. Ra 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 ra.
Dude, it's amazing how well Luden's cough drops work for being candy. Mangated what base? I mean, mm-hmm. What? Both of the guards at the gate were women? Which base? 29 Palms? Hey, you want to sit in my lap? That why you're meowing at me? I gotta burn my calories, Simon. This is how we're supposed to poop. How the This is how the human body meant to poop. That's how they do it in the Philippines. A girlfriend at the time, we were gonna go on a trip possibly to the Philippines. I was thinking about going with her. She warned me that they'd be going to the rural area, and in those areas, all they had was a hole in the ground to shit in. And you'd have to be like this over it. It's like, yeah. It was at that moment I was like, I don't think I want to go to the Philippines with you. I'm sorry. I think I'm gonna skip that one. Have a good time out there. You don't need a potty squatty out there. Hmm. But I mean, that is how we're supposed to be pooping, though. It's better for you. It spreads you right on open. You should try it sometime. Have you ever tried it in the bathtub when you're really constipated? Let's get in there. You're coming out. Who does number 2 work for? She works for me. I would do. It wasn't the squatting I was concerned with, though. It was the hole in the ground. Like I still don't think I'd want to do that. So now he's biting the back of his legs. I think that still hurts him. I wonder if I can get him something to help with that. Actually licking the fur off, and it's pretty raw looking right there. I don't know how I can help with that. Back of his leg is messed up, apparently. Got some joint pains or something going on in there. Like the last joint before the... I don't know cat anatomy well enough to know what the hell I'm talking about. But it's a joint in his what seems to be his foot. Not the paw, not the very end of it, but the very back of part connected to the tippity paw. It'd be like if this was paw pads. It'd be this area. It'd be his wrist, kind of. It definitely, it's a licked down to some rawness, some very, very pink tenderness. Hmm. Help him with that somehow. Because I can tell he's feeling better just from feeling better. You know, just from the little bit that fish oil is doing. Up quick. He has more pep in his step. He gets up quicker when he gets up. He sits down quicker. He has a little jog to him now. And like I said, like before, when she would jump on his back, it would knock him over and he would lose the fight. Now she jumps on his back and he like slings her off and gets on top of her. I don't know. Let me check. I'll have to see what day I got it, and I started administering it the next day. Got it January 10th. No, it was delivered January 10th, so January 11th, the first day. Is that 20 days or 19? 11, 12, 1, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, that's 21 days. Oh, right on, right on, right on, baby. 21 days, yeah, man. You should be feeling it.
They're implementing an.
It's 20. What do you mean? I did it on the 11th day. On the 11th. I did it on the 31st already. So I count the 11th. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 9, 30, 31. I know, I gotta use my fingers too sometimes. Okay. Did I do it wrong again? Did I do it? Am I retarded? I thought it was 21 twice in a row. Where are these cats at, man? Don't you do that. He's eyeballing my shoulder. Oh my. Damn it. Pulling my fucking shirt all up, dude. Trying to climb up me. That's what, like, when she doesn't get it right, it sucks. I just gotta put her ass down. It's hard to get her off me, too, when she's like that, because she tries to cling on. She gets all pissed off that I'm taking her off for some reason. She gives me a different kind of moaning meow, like, meow. As if I'm hurting her or something by taking her off. She's a very sensitive cat. Oh, God. What's going on up here? Lou in the house. The Lou in the house. The Lou in the house. Don't you be biting on my beard, lady. No, 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 no! Alright, we're gonna sit down. Hey, are crazy. Hey! Stop doing! The fuck, man? Stop it. Get the fuck off my chair. Dude, she was biting me hard all of a sudden. Like, I don't know what the fuck her deal is. Be really cute. And then all of a sudden, she just starts gnawing on me like I'm a piece of fucking, like, I can see where, like, her teeth were imprinting into my skin. Like, what the fuck are you doing, lady? She bruised me where she was biting. Right there, that little... Nowhere. I'm not like, I'm not doing anything crazy with my hands or anything. I'm just moving the chair. Like, bro. Alright. Dude, I think she might have actually punctured right there because it hurts. One of them. Why it was like, hold up, little cunt. I have to tell her. I have to show her that's not okay, dude. She's still like semi-feral or something. She does the same shit to Simon, which hence him not being in here. You know what I mean? He doesn't. I can't. I'm stuck in here with her. Up, stand up, she punctured one for sure. The thing is, all it takes is a little puncture from their mouth and turn into a weird ass festering sore that lasts like a week. Stay away from me. No, go away. No, what are you doing? Oh, now we're buddies? I'm talking. It said he's supposed to talk. Breast briefing. It hasn't happened yet, though. Look at this predator.
Honestly.
See how weird this guy is. I'm not trying to watch this whole thing. I'm just going to pop in mid.
Probably at least once every day.
To a young girl.
Not necessarily to a young girl.
What the hell is going on?
I mean, I can scroll through there and see a grown woman that's beautiful.
Right. So how many times a week do you think you to like underage stuff, whether it's closed or not closed, whatever?
What's going on? I don't know what the hell is going on.
Probably at least 3 or 4 times a week.
Okay. Did you get to those Telegram photos?
No. No, honestly, I didn't. I was just like, these girls are too young.
There. Works.
Okay. Did any of these underage girls ever ask you to send a picture at all or anything like that?
I've sent some to, according to their profile, they're supposed to be grown women.
Yeah.
Now, if they weren't grown women, then that was done innocently because according to their profile, they're supposed to be grown women.
Right, of course. So I gotta ask, like, with, I mean, you know, I know
Holy shit.
Point, but like, what?
Look at this wall, dude. He's like a fucking WWF fanatic. He's got the fake belts and everything. I wish I'd have been here for him to ask him about that shit.
Okay.
Hold up, I gotta rewind this. I just gotta...
Through day labor.
Okay, okay.
Is this Lou? Is this a watch? Is this one worth watching? Lou's probably already seen it. Do, 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 do. Well, guess we're early this morning trying to stay awake. Oh, what's going on? All your girls showing up? You listen to what kind of dreams are you going after, Lou? Like having nightmares.
Video.
Warning. This is some sick shit. Go away if you can't take it. It's educational purposes only. Geiler, what's going on, man? Hey! Pretty sweet pictures on Discord, man.
Okay.
Everyone wants to know more about McGeiler. Letting it all hang out. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Why don't you put on something nurturing, though, while you're sleeping? It's good for your brain. It's good for, like, your spirit. Conscious. Subconscious. You could play like an Earl Nightingale or
Hi, Clyde. Hi, Gordon. Nice to meet you, man.
motivational speaker while you're falling
I got a
asleep.
message to me. You should probably go over the girl that was talking to you online. Could you have a conversation about it, please? Just want to have a talk. That's it, man.
Let me, sure, come on.
Appreciate you, man. Got any weapons in the house?
No.
Okay. I got 2 people with me for safety, but nobody's here to hurt you, okay?
Alright.
Well, can I come in?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, man.
I just keep the door locked for safety purposes.
Got it. All right.
Alexa, turn on light.
Available 24/7. Only at TV Plus.
Dude, it doesn't even seem
Why don't
real
you
to
turn
me.
the TV off?
Sometimes how these people just let these people with cameras and shit up in their house, and then they just start talking about their crazy. Oh shit! This is in Clarksville. Yo, what the fuck, dude? I've been to Clarksville. I actually was thinking about moving there at one point because Jennifer lived out there. She's been in chat before. It's an old middle school friend. She's come through here multiple times, but yeah, she was out there, so I went out there. Dude, it was the furthest I had ever driven in my life at the time by myself. I was like 18, and I drove out to Clarksville to go see her for a few days. So that was a big deal, man. That was a long drive for me, by myself. It was exciting. I might have been 17. I can't remember now. But anyway, that's where they're at. That's unfortunate.
Please.
Yes.
Thanks, man.
Dude, I saw Truman Show. Whenever Truman Show was in the movie theater, that's when it was. That's what year it was. I remember we went to go see it out there.
Well, I'm turn that light off. I'll turn this light on.
Wow, what a setup.
We're going to talk about it.
Junky, but
Who do you live with? You live alone, or?
no, can you close the door? I got a cat.
Oh, yeah. I'm a cat guy, too.
Thank you.
Yeah, what do you
1998. 1998.
Vintage guy.
Yeah, these are my roommates. Wrestling stuff.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I don't work.
Oh man, that's too bad. It's his roommates wrestling and stuff. Damn. What kind of skeleton his roommate has, though? Who's got that much wrestling stuff stapled to their wall?
I'm just so surprised. What did you
I'm
like?
60 years old. I mean, I look like I'm 60 years old, but I'm 60 years old. And I
Yeah.
got bad knees and a sad back.
Okay, so you're.
I called them recently,
Oh, of course.
and they said that I need 2 years. I had to be 62.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you like retired? Did you have like a career and all that? Or?
I did construction, and well, I wasn't actually working for a construction company. I was working through day labor.
Okay.
It's been I did.
I don't think so, Lou.
Okay, good enough for me. Were you ever like an actor at all for like the Flintstones or any cereal commercials or?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, if you don't mind, we can have a seat here.
Yeah. Just to let you know, it's what time is it now? 9:30.
Yep.
9:15.
Yep.
Yeah. My roommates, they'll probably be getting back. I'm guessing probably around 10:30.
Well, if we're still here when that happens, I'll of course change the subject. I'm not here to tell them. That's why we came when they're not home.
All right.
Yeah, man. We have a seat here if you don't mind.
Hey, we gotta try it.
Well, first of all, what's your name?
My name is Gordon. Sorry to meet you like this, Clyde.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Very firm handshake.
This guy's a predator.
I'm not that strong.
Yeah, no, it's all good. You can have a seat. I don't want to.
Oh no.
You could easily take me, no problem.
No, I know. Well,
I know.
I do, of course, want to let you know, like, it's voluntary to talk to me. Like, don't think that I'm forcing myself in. You can kick me out at any time. No, I'm not.
Okay.
But, I'm just a private individual. Just wants to, to make things right. That's all.
I just wondering what it's about.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand that, right?
Of course. It's just about he was kind of talking to you online. That's all.
Okay.
Do you have any idea why I'd be here talking to you about? Or?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, fair enough. How old is she?
She told me she was 12.
Okay.
Oh my.
Appreciate your
God.
honesty. Got it. So when did I start talking to you?
Honestly, I don't remember the exact day. It's been a couple of months. Maybe.
Okay.
I'm trying to be honest with you.
Yeah. No, you're definitely being honest. I appreciate it. God, so how did the conversation go? What did y'all talk about with each other?
Well, sometimes we talk about school. Sometimes we talk about TV show. I was recently just talking to her about the TV show that I was watching. Sometimes we talk about church. Sometimes we talk about our roommates. My roommates.
Church.
She talks about her doing housework and her schoolwork. And
What do you
taking care
start
of her
talking about?
little sister Gabby. She told me that
What were
her
those?
mom and dad work at the hospital. She told me that
The Holy Bible?
Gabby, she told me
Holy Bible and something else.
that her mom and dad work at the hospital, nurses.
Okay. Fair enough.
In the Bible, they were having sex at 12, dude.
Yeah, as far as I know. I mean, I don't think you're misguiding me or throw me off or anything.
Damn, she took off
did any of the
fast.
conversation get a
Heck,
little
bro.
bit flirtatious or risque at all? Or
Didn't even eat all the.
Yes.
okay, no problem. It happens.
fancy
I'm a guy
peas.
too.
I have never asked her for any nude pictures.
Okay.
I never have, never will. I have never sent her any nude pictures. Never have, never will.
Well, how did the conversation get flirtatious though?
I sent her my penis.
Yes, I'm the one that went down that road. I asked her if I don't remember exactly verbatim, but something about how she would feel about me.
Yeah. You know what you said.
Some things when I was looking at her pictures.
Okay, doing things like it's a lot of messages. I don't read them all, so it's just kind of a whatever you say. I won't judge or anything like that.
What is this for, may I ask?
Oh, that's for safety reasons. I'm a bigger dude. I just want you to know that, I'm not gonna, sure as heck, not gonna ask you for money or try to beat you
is
up.
this going to be seen by anybody? Or?
No, that's not what we're here
Okay.
for.
That's what I'm talking about, Brody.
Well, I didn't until tonight. I didn't actually use the word because, but that's what I was hinting toward.
Okay.
And she was asking about more details, and I was like, well, but I'm trying to be.
Oh, wait, okay. Do you listen to like Faces of Death while you're falling asleep? Lou, what's the worst thing you actually listen to while you're falling asleep? Or do you like put a horror movie on before knocking out? What you got going on over there?
I tried to explain it to the best of my ability, and I'm
Human Centipede? I can put that one on for
so is there any
sleep.
talk about like your photos and stuff like that?
yes.
Okay. What about
But again, I don't. You can check my phone. I don't have no nude pictures or nothing on
no nude pictures of what?
her.
Okay.
She's never. I've never asked her for none, and if she said, do
I'm
you
just
want
giving
me
you a
to?
hard time. Lou.
I tell her no.
Right.
And if she did send one, I'd delete it. I promise you I would.
Okay. Fair enough. I guess what about her made you want to your photos?
He's been doing this shit for decades.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I do know, but I don't. I know, but I don't know the reason why it is.
Well, yeah, like for example,
Like,
go
I
ahead.
have always been attracted to younger women.
There it
I'm
is.
60, and if she's like 20 or 30
Yeah.
or even 40 years old,
Can't blame you.
I'd be attracted to her.
Well, that's not unusual. So for a 30-year-old
She
or a
is the
60-year-old.
youngest. I'm not into child. I am surprised.
I blame it on his ears, dude.
I didn't know this.
Yeah.
I accidentally came across it,
Yeah.
but you can actually.
If he would have had better ears growing up, you know what I mean, maybe he would actually had normal relationships when he was younger and not had to pay for sex. You know, and then maybe when he was like 12, girls thought his ears were cute or something. And he wants to go back to those times before he turned into Shrek. I'm sorry.
To get child off of Facebook.
Really?
I don't have them on my Facebook now because I blocked them.
Is there really child
But
porn on
they were
Facebook?
advertising pizza videos, and I'm like,
I've never
suspected
seen it.
Yeah.
something along those lines, but I'm like, I was just curious. I was like, what is this? So I contacted one.
I know you got to be careful
And they
searching for
wanted
shit
to
on
go to
Twitter,
China.
though. Like,
And I asked them, I said, what's this about pizza videos? And they threw it up, and you can't download anything. You have to give them a credit card and buy it, purchase it, and all that stuff. But as soon as I saw it, I was.
what I mean, let me clarify. I'm not like trying to look that shit up. I'm saying like sometimes I'll be streaming, and if I search a term that's remotely able to be like a sex thing, like I'll be scrolling, I gotta be careful. All of a sudden, some titties might pop up on X. But I don't know. I've never accidentally been given any child porn, dude, except Omegle, and that was forced on me by people. I already know about that craziness. Well,
I'm like, I can't believe this.
yeah.
You know.
So I know that people are out there
check my
putting
phone.
it,
It's not, I don't have it on.
putting it out there in the world
So
for
I'm not into child.
people that aren't looking
I
for
mean,
it.
I think that's awful.
Right.
It's just awful.
When did this happen? So did they send it to you on Facebook or did they send it on
It's
Telegram?
you find it. You know how they have the people you may know suggesting.
Yeah.
You can find it there.
Okay, so they sent you some unpleasant video, I presume.
No, it wasn't unpleasant. It was a picture,
Uh-huh.
and it had like a little note or a little heading or whatever it said,
Yeah.
for pizza videos. And contacted them on Facebook. Well, I mean, you know, on Instagram and on TikTok, people are always making videos, and on Facebook, they're always making reels and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I was like, what is this pizza video thing?
Right.
And then they said, go to Telegram.
Okay.
And so I went to Telegram, and they threw these pictures up that I really don't want to talk about because really a child shouldn't be presented like that.
Okay.
And, you know, like, do you want to purchase?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we'll give you a code, you give us, you know, your credit card number and all that stuff. And we're like, no. I couldn't get off of it fast enough. I deleted it. I even reported it. I went to the Facebook account and reported. There's a link to Facebook. You can report things like that.
Sure you did, bud.
That it was a child site.
I reported them.
But you can still find. I mean, they close one down, another one pops up.
Of course, like we're playing whack-a-mole with these people. So
You're one of them, buddy.
obviously, I'm sure you know Facebook. They don't really do anything to stop the problem, and I think we both can acknowledge that it is a problem. And I genuinely appreciate you.
Why is that
take
though?
all
What
this
the
issue.
hell? Why is
But the
that
least we
getting
can do is
fixed?
kind of, and of course, I don't expect you to
Trump
know the
needs to
person's name or
fucking
anything like
do
that.
something
that's
about
just asking
that.
too much. But maybe just identifying what they were sending, maybe that could be backtracked. Obviously, not on your end, but more just like what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Though. He's just
So-
trying to make money
I
off
didn't want to save
everything.
it because,
TikTok.
like,
I think
if I
TikTok's
let
got a lot
if
of
my phone is open right now, like it is,
questionable
and
shit
someone
on there
comes along and
too.
scrolls through it, they see it, and they're gonna think I'm involved
Right,
in
right. We don't want people to get that assumption. Like, so how many pictures did that guy send to you on a Telegram?
It was a thing about like that. It was little squares about, and the cover is about that much.
Was it like a link to the picture? Was it like a link, or was it like the
No,
picture?
they wanted me to send money to them first. And
You know what I
then
mean?
they'd send me.
Okay, so they sent
Because
like
TikTok is chock full of 13-plus-year-olds that are trying to be popular. They're trying to blow up. They're trying like I can only imagine, dude. I don't go on TikTok. I don't even know why it's on my phone. It's only on there because sometimes I upload shit. Very rarely. But they know that that's an instant way for them to get views. If they get in a bathing suit and start dancing around as a 15-year-old. It's dudes like this that are watching them though. That shit needs to be knocked the fuck out. They shouldn't be allowed to do that type of shit, dude, on there. Should they? Yeah, they are. Trying to look desirable and it's sick, dude. You think they're letting them do that in China on TikTok? That shit's probably illegal for a 13-year-old to act like that on there. So, yeah, I wish Trump would do something about TikTok. The way he's backing it all of a sudden, if he's going to back it, he definitely needs to change it. But then it's not going to be worth as much.
so it was like probably what, like 20 photos they sent?
Probably.
Okay.
You know
Was
how
it,
these little square pictures and then
Yeah.
they block them.
sure. So was it like all boys or girls or both?
Girls.
All girls.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any kids of your own?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, do you have nieces, nephews?
I have a sister and she's married and she has a family in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, you've seen kids in person then, and you know, not me to make any assertions here, but you know, based on you being an uncle and just kind of seeing kids grow up, how old would you say those kids in those pictures were?
I would say probably somewhere between the age of 9 and maybe 12, 13.
Okay, and were these like any videos or all
Yeah.
pictures?
No, it was just all pictures.
All pictures. Okay.
I'll be like some
What
young.
poses were they doing in the photos?
Well, you could see what was down there.
Yes, the current bus.
Pretend
Bus.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, what do you mean?
They were showing.
Okay. So, do you think those girls were like in pose, or do you think it was more of just like, you know, just a snapshot of them, or do you think someone was telling them to, like, you know, hit a little
I think it was. I think someone had them pose like that.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
That's crazy,
So they weren't
dude.
like selfies or anything. They were just someone else was taking the photo.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I got you.
that's what it looked like to me.
How long ago
man.
was this on Telegram? Like, how long ago did this
That
happen?
wasn't all that long ago.
I don't understand. It must be other countries that are getting away with that shit, dude.
Yeah, that's. I appreciate you.
Is that we get busted
Kind of going
probably?
after that dude. Do you happen to know a username for that person or anything? Or
Would see
I
something.
don't. Like I said, I blocked them, and then you can block them and delete them. So I did both.
fair enough.
So,
What's your Telegram username?
But that's not legal in any country anymore that young, is it? Oh, it might be actually. Middle Eastern countries. One Middle Eastern country I think is still super low.
Let me see.
It's no, Nigeria.
Do you have how many
Dude.
phones do you have?
I've been getting weird messages from somebody on
this
Facebook
is
actually in Africa.
Roommate's
They're,
number.
I'll show you all in a
Okay.
minute. They're sending them to the Dojo. I think it's someone just trying to get me into like child porn, dude. Philippines is still 12 with Angola. Age of consent is 13 in Niger, Comoros, and Burkina Faso. Age of consent is 14 in South American countries: Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Paraguay, Ecuador, and Bolivia.
That's the beginning.
So in those countries, since it's so low, it's legal for them to take pictures and shit of kids that age. So yeah,
Sometimes
unsolicited messages from this person, by the way, out of nowhere. I don't know why they started.
What about a Signal?
And of them with their kid, like next to them.
Okay.
And one of them was just of the little girl, actually, and fully clothed though. One
Do
of
you
like
have a Teleguard?
they're like, I want to be friends or
Teleguard?
something.
I never even heard.
How can
Okay,
we be
session or
friends?
anything.
Something like that was one of the first
No, you don't
messages.
have any of those. Okay.
Honestly, I've never even heard of those.
What chats do we have on a Telegram?
Signal, Telegram,
And they keep
WhatsApp.
messaging. The last time was like 2 days ago. I've never messaged them back. They got an automated message
What do
from
we
the
have on
Dojo
Telegram?
site. That was it.
Don't even chats on Telegram. Yeah, like I said, I deleted them.
Okay.
So Africa and countries that have low age of consent are actually
Would there be anything that maybe accidentally saved from Telegram onto your phone? Or
pushing this
like
shit
any
into our
illegality
country.
that might-
No, I wouldn't have saved any pictures like that
Okay.
on mine. So I got.
a way to go after them and make it stop.
Just, Mandy's pictures right there. And like I said,
It's-
there's no.
We're getting,
Right.
hold up. And I'm not even fucking bringing up how much financial aid we give to Nigeria, the Philippines, Angola, Niger, Comoros, Burkina Faso, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Paraguay, Ecuador, and Bolivia. Do you know how much aid we're probably giving them to help with the fertility rates and mortality rates and to help people stay alive and have births and shit, while at the same time their age of consent are 14 and under? Why are we doing that? Cut them motherfuckers off if they're not going to raise their age of consent, dude. Can't we do that? hell, 11 in Nigeria? It's not even old enough to have a kid, is it?
Have you changed any settings on Telegram at all, or?
No.
Okay. Here, can
Hey,
you do me a
Ted.
favor real quick, and can you go to here? Do you mind just showing, just like putting it like right here so we can both see it, like just kind of like this, if you don't mind? No, just kind of like. Can you go to settings on your phone if you don't mind?
I'm talking about or
No, just in general.
Let me see.
Settings
Always a
here, you can
girl.
just kind of put it like you can just kind of hold it like this if you don't mind.
It,
Okay. Can you go to apps?
what? Oh my god. Apparently,
Here. I'm sorry.
a girl can get pregnant at 8. It's extremely rare and usually occurs closer to the age of 12.
Can you go to
Oh, okay.
yeah, can you go to Telegram app on now on your settings?
Oh man, that's crazy.
Here, no, just scroll down a little bit if you don't mind.
11 or 12.
Nah, I don't want to
8.
touch your phone.
Has there been a recorded case of an 8-year-old
Got
getting
it. Okay,
pregnant?
no, you're good, man. I was just
I'm looking into lowest report.
got it. So how many so were there any other chats on Telegram besides that guy sending you that?
I was talking to a lady a couple of ladies, one in Chicago, one in New York, one in Los Angeles.
Okay.
At least they said that's where they were.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my
trying to get me-
god. Oh, I'm gonna be sick, dude. Y'all, this is some history that you probably don't know about. Because this, I had no idea this was possible. Lena Marcela Medina de Gerardo. That's the full name, by the way. So that tells you something right there. Lena Marcela Medina de Gerardo is the youngest confirmed mother in history, giving birth. How old do you think she was? Y'all better hurry. There's just a little bit of delay. Friday came back. They came back for Simon's Food. It's got a little fish oil in it and nutritional yeast. I'm glad to see her come back. She must have been like, yeah, she left her fast last time. Hey y'all, I'm gonna have to give it to nobody. I'm sorry. She was 5 years, 7 months, 21 days. She was born on September 23rd, 1933, and gave birth to her son Gerardo on May 14th, 1939. Whoa. Oh. Medina's pregnancy was possible because she experienced precarious puberty, which means she entered puberty early. Wait a second. Was there that much sex with kids that young that, like, it just happened to happen because, it was bound to happen in time because so many people were doing it? Like, it's not like they knew. Did they? I don't know. Maybe they knew because she had started having her period at 5 or something. I don't know. Makes me want to throw up a little bit, though. It definitely got me queasy. Got bubble gut all of a sudden. Man, okay.
You invest in gold and invest in Bitcoin and invest in stuff like that. And I don't have any money to invest in nothing. So.
You didn't like investing gold or Bitcoin?
I might would invest in gold if I actually had money to invest in gold.
Yeah,
but I don't think I would invest in Bitcoin.
I understand. How do you feel about it?
I don't even understand Bitcoin.
How do you feel about XRP?
Oh my god, there are pictures of her pregnant.
I don't understand. I don't even know what XRP is.
Okay. So I do want to ask, and you've been very honest, which I really do appreciate, Clyde. When did, I guess I'll just say it, underage girls start talking to you on Facebook? Like, how long ago did this start for you?
Hold up, dude. You guys see this? I'm like in shock right now. This is what she looked like pregnant. They cover her titties. I mean, her, whatever. She's long gone now. I can call them titties, I think. I don't know. She had titties. She grew up and got bigger. It's her next to her kid, dude. Now you see I'm over here slack-jawed. Like, what the hell am I looking at? How did I not know this existed? It's like an alien or something. Isn't that crazy? How big her belly is in comparison to her body? And that's her with her baby? Like, wow. Yeah. We say that nowadays when we see kids like in high school that are having kids, like, kids having kids. But this was the epitome or the pinnacle of kids having kids. It remains unsolved to this day. She was delivered by C-section. Dang, she was 7 months along before they discovered she was pregnant. She was flown to Lima. Oh, she's Peruvian. Wait, what's their... Peru wasn't on the list, was it? Father was arrested on suspicion but was released due to lack of evidence. Damn, her father. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, she outlived her son. He didn't hit 50. Holy shit, dude. And your son, can you imagine your son being so close to your age? Wow, what a crazy life she had. Sad. Surprised I never heard about that. Yeah, I don't know. She probably didn't have the anatomy for producing milk yet. Question.
2-3 years ago, maybe.
Okay.
I've never had an underage girl, or will have an underage girl. It's just fun to talk to them. Now, but I know that there are barriers and limits, you know.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I mean, it's hard enough for whether a boy or a girl is hard enough in this world for a kid to grow up in this world. And they don't need some 60-year-old salt and pepper headed guy trying to their naked body.
So why are you that guy?
How do you mean that question?
Well, I mean, you say that they don't need some 60-year-old salt and pepper headed guy to see them. Right, and you're 60, but I mean, you know.
Well, why do I talk to young girls?
Yeah, like I'm not trying to.
I'm not
Antagonize. I'm just asking.
Like I said, I'm not into the stuff.
Okay.
Running low.
That's what I meant earlier about I know, but I don't know.
You know, but you don't know what.
I
They
don't
know
why
what is what, but they don't know what is what. They just strut.
for lack of a
What
better
the
way of
fuck?
expressing it, I don't know why I'm attracted to them or why I'm drawn to them or like them. I don't know.
Can't you just say I'm fucked in the
I
head?
ask myself over and over again, why, even say somebody 20 years old, or 21, or 30, or even 40 years old,
Yeah.
be 20 years younger than me. Why am I always attracted to someone younger? I've asked myself that before.
Dude, a lot of people are attracted to people 10, 20 years younger, even 30 years younger than them when they're 60. But you don't go to 9 and 12-year-olds, you fucking goofball. What the fuck are you talking about? Their brains are broken. They don't even understand the difference between 12, 9, and 30. To him, it's all the same.
I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, I mean, I can't blame you for being attracted to 20, 30-year-olds. I mean, I think for the rest of my life I'll be attracted to 20 and 30-year-olds. But
Probably.
when did you start asking yourself, why am I attracted to people under 18?
That, I have just started wondering about that recently.
Okay. Has it always been something that's been in the back of your mind that's kind of got exasperated by Facebook, or is it completely...
that, like I said, it's something that
Dude,
I have thought. I used to go to Centerstone for anger management and anxiety and stress. And I thought about doing that again to talk to a therapist,
Yeah.
but I've been hesitant about doing it because if I do,
who in Trump's cabinet right now would be the one in charge? What division would be in charge of holding people like Mark Zuckerberg accountable for this shit being peddled on his platform the way it is? Because whoever Trump puts in office will be more likely to do anything about it than Department of Justice, you think? Really?
then I don't want the therapist calling police and having me under investigation for child when I'm not in the child.
Right. It's like, there's Alcoholics Anonymous, and they're not going to call the cops on you for drunk driving. And there's, anger management class. They're not going to call the cops on you for murder when you haven't killed anybody. So, yeah.
If I actually kill somebody, then they have every right to.
Well, yeah, no, 100%. But, no, I get it. It's like a predicament, It's like you want to talk to somebody, but then who's there to talk to?
Right.
And I get that. And, yeah, and that's why I came here. I don't think you need any trouble. I think some help.
How do you...
The Attorney General.
What's the connection? How do you know?
Well, I'll just tell you. So we have a group. We basically we're like an intervention group. It's called Kid Protectors USA.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, man, appreciate it. And basically, it was just an account kind of for
it's a female
because there's been
too.
a pattern of kind of underage activity in your accounts over the years, and that's kind of why we're going to see on our end, with us controlling the account, how you would react.
Because dude, this is an epidemic. The amount of predators we have in our country because of platforms like Facebook that are it's giving them a gateway. It's like a gateway drug. They would always say weed was the gateway drug. It got kids to do heroin and shit later on in life. Well, that's their end to find out more, because this dude in the beginning probably didn't know what the fuck Telegram was or Signal or other places that they off-ramped them to get them the really crazy shit, the links or whatever the link is that they give them. It's untrackable or whatever, but yeah, doesn't help the situation, dude. It's like having a country full of alcohol, or with alcoholics titter-tattered. Or we got rid of beer commercials, didn't we? We got rid of cigarette commercials for this type of reason. because people that are addicted to things, just like this dude's addicted to some fucking really weird shit, if you dangle it in front of their face all the time, they are gonna get worse with it. We got rid of cigarette and alcohol commercials for that very purpose, to keep people from getting worse with smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol. So why would we want to make these people worse? Like, getting rid of Omega helped to stop desensitizing our youth to pedophiles, right? Because that was doing that. And it was actually, I think, helping to create them, because they would see it when they were a kid and like, hey, look, it's normal to be a weird adult and want to hook up with kids. Yeah. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, plant some kind of weird seed in them. I heard one talking about it once. Like, yeah. I used to go on Omega. He was one of the dudes that he busted, actually. He was a little older now, though. But that's how he said he used to get on there when he was a kid.
You know, after kind of doing our thing, I think you definitely need some help for this.
You need to be held accountable by somebody. Hopefully,
I don't
Pam
know all the
Bondi
answers.
does
Obviously,
it.
that would be between you and a therapist. And we do have actually a student of mental health. He's not a therapist, but his name
So
is.
you telling me?
This?
That's
No,
correct.
this is
That's correct.
Predator Poachers.
But you know, you're being honest with
The
me,
best
so
one.
that's why I'm just being honest with you back.
All the other ones wish they were as good as this guy. He gets the most arrests, the most convictions. He travels the states all over the country. He gets them to look. See how this guy's sitting? He's all laid back. They spill the beans for this guy, and that's what ends up getting them hemmed up every time. Some of them will even know who he is, and they'll spill the beans. Some of them, it'll be his second time busting them, and they'll still spill the beans. He's amazing.
But the girls over the years on Facebook.
Let me do something. I can see, but when I'm reading something, I need my
I got you.
need my glasses to read.
You know, go ahead and block her.
Yeah, if you don't, if that's okay.
Do you mind if we just wait? Like, can we just like?
Fine.
Well, you can block her now. It's fine. You can do whatever.
I mean, what's the deal? What's?
Oh, I just wanted to like kind of keep talking if you don't mind.
Well, we can talk, yeah. If you tell me she's not real, then I don't need to be talking to some. I don't want to be calling up some company and talking to a computerized voice. You know,
Right.
to an AI thing.
Right.
I want to be talking to you're a real person. I'm talking to a real
No, 100%. So, how old were the other underage girls on Facebook that would talk to you?
Damn, they're good. You can see what he was deleting. If it was pictures or not.
How old were the other underage girls on Facebook that would talk to you?
Oh, well, I asked them, and all you can do is go by what they tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Is generally around the age of 15, 16.
Okay.
Some, maybe, I think one told me she was 13.
Mm-hmm.
I think they talked about doing that, chemically castrating
real
them.
quick that I didn't need to be talking to them because they were trying to get me to either they were or an adult behind them or whatever. Somebody, anyway, they were fishing, trying to bait me into saying that I wanted to have with them, and I was like, I don't mind talking to you,
Yeah, of course.
but me having a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 15, 16-year-old, no.
Did they say that?
Not even, okay, personally, okay, knowing that I'm 60 years old, if I did have sex with a young woman, she'd have to be at least 20 years old.
Right. Did those girls?
That would even be weird for a 60-year-old, wouldn't it? It'd be weird for me, man. Year-old.
Not exactly, but if you talk to these people long enough, they start kind of like they have their own language, their own code, and after a while, at first I wouldn't pick up on it, but then things started clicking in my mind. Like, wait a minute, this sounds weird.
What were some of the code words they would use to kind of indicate?
Like I need a dad. I'm 13 years old and I need a daddy.
Oh, okay. Did any of them like ever send you pictures that you didn't even ask for? Like, were they trying to bait you into saying stuff like by sending you nudes or anything like that, or?
Or baiting him. Yeah, he's gonna latch onto that.
I don't recall. I don't think so. If they did, I would have deleted it. I've had grown women send me pictures.
Well, yeah. So did any of these like underage kids send nudes that you ended up deleting because you didn't want them or because you didn't want to see them?
I don't recall. I don't remember any of them doing it. No.
Okay.
But if they did, I would have definitely deleted it because that could get me jail time. Even if I didn't, even if they were in California and I'm here in Clarksville, Tennessee, and I never saw them before in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And even if I didn't ask for it, they just sent it voluntarily. And someone saw that on my phone, then that could get me jail time for being in possession of child. So no,
Right. So it isn't. So
I don't want that.
how many Facebook accounts of yours have been removed?
Oh God, I don't know. A lot.
Okay. Are you like politically active? Or are you like an activist? Or
No.
do you feel strongly politically one way or the other?
Privately, I have conservative beliefs.
It's making me itchy.
I believe we need a strong military. I believe we definitely need to do. I'm not into geopolitical things, but I do believe we need to do something with our.
Oh, I agree.
I believe we need a strong economy. I believe we need a better educational system.
That's profound, dude. He thinks we need a good economy. That's fucking.
I'm worried about how the economy in Los Angeles is going to affect the economy nationwide.
Right.
With all the fires they have out there and all the businesses wiped out.
Right.
How people are going to rebuild their homes.
That'd be alright. Rich people.
Yeah, a lot of them out there are very, very rich, and they, a year from now they'll have a home. But a lot of those people out there are struggling to make it day by day, and
that'd be alright.
Right.
I think they'll all be alright.
I think
I'm not a political activist. I mean, I've never been to city hall meetings, or I've never gone to volunteer at a campaign, thing or whatever,
Well, I think the Los Angelinos are going to hold their head a little bit higher, knowing that Clyde and Clarksville is supporting them and thinking about them. So we appreciate you, Clyde. I got YouTube subscribers in Los Angeles.
Breaking news. German bill calling for tougher rules on migration narrowly defeated.
And, God, just think about those fires.
Sorry, Germany. Hey, your people vote better on the next one.
No, I'm just kidding. But I do have some friends in LA, and it is a shame what was a totally natural, totally non-governmental fire going down there. And I'm glad you're thinking about them, Clyde, because if I could give one message to my people in SoCal watching, Clyde cares about you. So,
I sat here.
Thank you, Clyde.
I sat here when I first started hearing about the fires. I sat here and on Roku you can watch news channels from Los Angeles.
Okay.
And I sat here and watched news channels and I just, but for several reasons. One, interested in learning about wildfires and nature fires because there's a science to it. There's a science to fighting that fire.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just go in there. They go in there with hose and shovels and bulldozers and cut a path to keep that fire from crossing over it, and they fly over with airplanes that dump water on it, and they have this, I forget what it's called, but it's retardants that holds the fire back.
Fire retardant?
And there's a science to it, But also, they would fly over, and I've never been to Los Angeles, and I probably never will be to Los Angeles. And they would fly over Los Angeles, and you get to see parts of Los Angeles that I'll probably never see in person.
Right.
So there were several reasons why I was watching it, but to hear, just row after row after row, subdivision after subdivision after subdivision, and the house is just completely gone.
You might be a little retarded.
Well, anyway, so I see. So do you comment on Facebook about political issues at all, or do you usually keep
I
it to
usually
yourself?
don't.
Okay.
Not unless it's.
Would you say you've said anything racist or inflammatory on Facebook?
I would hope not.
Okay. So if none of that's happening, why do you think your accounts are getting removed on Facebook?
I don't know. I know my roommate has had a couple of Facebook accounts that
I've never had a Facebook account removed.
He had to redo his Facebook.
Mark
account.
has, though. What are you up to,
I
Mark?
just kind of figured that's what happened. Now I have some old accounts that I don't. For a long time, I was careless.
Yeah.
I didn't keep track of my emails. I didn't keep track of my passwords, and that was stupid and foolish on my part. And I wised up, and I was like, wait a minute, I need to be more careful. Okay. So I have some old accounts on there that I can't, get into.
Yeah, Mark, he said you're retarded.
I don't know the passwords to them.
Now what do you got to say,
Old
Mark?
accounts, just maybe 3 or 4 of them or whatever. Here recently, over the last month, I've had to redo my.
Okay. Well, Clyde, would it be crazy to say that some of the accounts have been removed because of conversations pertaining to underage kids in a manner?
That would make sense.
Okay. So how many times do you think that's happened where you've had charged conversations about underage kids? I'm not mad at you.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't sat there and.
No, I guess you just
probably
ballpark.
over the last month or two, probably 3 or 4 times. I don't know, at least 3 or 4 times.
Do you think those would be with like adults talking about kids, or talking to the kids themselves, or what do you think that usually is?
The accounts that I was talking about, I think the kids. A lot of these missing kids that you see the pictures at the post office and hanging up on the billboard at Walmart get snatched up, and they're forced against their will to do that stuff.
Wait,
And
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
a lot of the missing kids that you see the pictures of on the billboard at Walmart are kidnapped, and they're forced into doing that type of stuff. So I think adults are behind it.
Behind these kid accounts you're talking to?
Yeah.
Okay. So what are they sending to the kids?
That's grim.
Well, just on Facebook itself, just pictures of young girls, but
Okay. What percentage of these pictures are nudes
I haven't seen any actual nude pictures on Facebook.
on Facebook? Okay.
I mean, have you? I don't. Well, no, I don't even want to know that. I hope not. You got enough grown women there who are half naked on Facebook.
Right. I see. So, are these underage accounts talking to you in a way? Like, what's this talk about with these underage accounts?
Because Mark left.
I remember. I think I recall. If I recall correctly, I think I asked them if they were virgin, and they said yes or something like that. But then I wouldn't take it any further than that.
Okay. So are you sure that none of these accounts have sent nude photos to you? And I'm not saying you asked for it because I can't find a record of that, but it's pretty easy to see. I mean, Facebook's a pretty open source if you want to see what's sent.
I've had grown women send me naked pictures.
Okay.
But honestly, as far as I know, as far as I remember, I don't think I've ever had a young girl send me a naked picture.
Have any of these young girls offered to send those to you?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't, honestly. I don't know how to convince you that I'm telling the truth, but honestly, I don't.
No, I trust you.
I don't want to see it. I don't.
When's the last time they've offered you a nude photo?
What I was telling you about on Telegram that I deleted, and blocked and deleted.
Well, how many times have they offered to send nudes to you?
Just that one time that we were.
Take a red pill. Gotta go to the doctor.
Each other on Messenger, and then they said.
Did I make that negative 5,000?
Contact information for Telegram, and then go to Telegram, and then, like I said, it was a frame block of just these little pictures that you had to enlarge to be able to see anything. And I'm like,
Okay.
I mean, that was my reaction. I was like this, I was like, really? I mean, I suspected something. I mean, pizza. From my pizza videos, contact me on Telegram. But I didn't really honestly think that they would be that emboldened, if that's the word.
Yeah,
to do something like that. So I guess I just had to see it for myself because someone that I was talking to back a while ago on the account said that told me about little girls naked pictures on Telegram, and I didn't believe it.
Mandy said that?
You said Mandy wasn't real, so somebody on her account told me that.
Right.
I didn't believe it.
Right.
And when I saw that on my Facebook, pop up on my Facebook, I wanted to see it for myself.
Right.
And I like, well, it is real.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't have nothing to do with this.
Okay. So, how many of these young girl photos do you think you to? Like, how many of these young girls, or at least so?
Oh God, I don't know. Honestly, I couldn't give you a number. I don't know.
Or how often does that happen?
Get the most for your buck when there's a lot of people here.
Once every day.
To a young girl?
Not necessarily to a young girl, but to just. I mean, I can scroll through there and see a grown woman that's not as beautiful.
Right. So how many times a week do you think you to like underage stuff, whether it's closed or not closed, whatever?
Probably at least 3 or 4 times a week.
Okay.
Wow. Active for his age.
To those Telegram photos?
No, honestly, I didn't. I was just like, these girls are too young. No.
Okay. Did any of these underage girls ever ask you to send a picture at all or anything like that?
I've sent some to, according to their profile, they're supposed to be grown women.
Yeah.
Now, if they weren't grown women, then that was done innocently because according to their profile, they're supposed to be grown women.
Right, of course. So I gotta ask, like, with, I mean, I know we know she's fake at this point, but like, what about her made you want to her?
You just be a big little, young, beautiful little girl.
Okay. I see.
What's going to happen to me?
Here we go.
Well, I mean, even honest, I think, what do you think should happen?
Honestly, I don't know, because I've never had this, what's going on here, and I never had to deal with this.
Right.
So this is all new to me.
So, how recently do you think that stuff on Telegram happened? Like, you know, I know you said recently, but like, how recently?
Within a month.
Within a month. Okay. So, what made you enlarge the photos on Telegram?
Well, one, I had to have glasses to see my phone, and I just wanted to see what the pictures were.
Okay. When's the first time that somebody has shown you or that you've come across child
On there.
on there? Okay. Anything at all, like Signal or anything like that, or?
No. Everybody I talked to in Signal, as far as I know, was adults.
Okay.
As far as I know, they were.
Okay. Do you go on Google and ever just, like, what's your Google search history like? Like, do you ever just search up, like, younger girls or anything like that? No? Okay. So when you look through Facebook, I mean, just, you know, you are being honest, so I'm not going to ask you to, I know you are, but do you intentionally look for younger girls?
No. Not intentionally. Not intentionally.
What do you think your age limit is?
What?
Like, you know, I don't think you'd be into a baby, obviously. But
I would hope not.
yeah, me too. But realistically, what do you think is a hard limit for you? Like, I'm curious about all the ages down to what?
Well, Mandy, from what I was told, was supposed to be 12 years old, and that's the youngest that I've ever talked to.
Do you think 11 there would have been any difference? Honestly.
It's hard to say, but I really don't know. I mean, that's the honest answer I can give you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. What age do you think Mandy would have to be for you to just come out, or for you to just be like, oh, absolutely not, I would never talk to someone this young?
Well, honestly, when I found out the age, the supposedly age of Mandy,
Right.
I thought to myself 12 is kind of young, but she seems mature for her age. So, I think I would base it on maturity.
Okay. But when she told you she was 12, that was at the beginning of the conversation, so how would you know whether she was mature or not?
Because I had asked her if she had talked to older guys before, and she said yes, but they wanted naked pictures, and that she stopped talking to them.
Okay.
And I promised her that I'd never ask for any naked pictures, and that I'd never send her any.
Okay. So I still didn't eat. Oh yeah, I guess you did tell me. So how many times do you think you've? I mean, I know you told her tonight that you did, but how many times do you think you've taken photos without telling whoever was behind?
Honestly, it hasn't been that many times. It's been probably the number that's coming up in my mind is probably 5 or 6 times.
Okay. Was it like starting at the beginning of the conversation, or was it like later, or
Later.
later? Okay. Let me see. Oh man. Well, have you told anyone in your family about this or anything like that?
About what?
About kind of this curiosity you have, or? Okay.
Wouldn't even know how to bring it up.
Got it. Do you consider yourself
Actually, I have been wondering about that.
okay?
I don't know the true. I don't know the textbook definition of it. I don't know if it would require naked pictures or just like the pictures that I had of.
Would you say you've lusted after underage photos?
Yes, I can say that.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty. Well, do you think if, let's just say, 5 random people just had an all-day camera into your mind and into your activities or whatever, and they watched you for a week, just 24/7, like the Truman Show, you know what that is?
Dude, I was just
Well,
talking
basically, it's
about.
just like a guy being watched. It's like a movie.
I was just. No, you don't understand. If you weren't here, I was talking about it because this dude is in Clarksville, Tennessee, and I saw the Truman Show at a movie theater in Clarksville, Tennessee in 1998. That's so wild that you ended up bringing. I haven't seen this, dude. Like, anyway, that's trippy.
I don't even like movies, but I know that one. And what do you think they would think about you? Like, do you think they would think you're? Do you think they would think that? Like, what do you think they would? What conclusion do you think they'd come to if it was 5 unbiased random people watching you for a week?
I would hope that they would say that he's a good guy. He probably needs counseling or therapy.
Pretty trippy, huh?
Yeah, well, what can be
But
both?
he
What are the
wouldn't.
chances, dude? Like,
Well, if
He
it-
wouldn't.
there's
cross-
so many movies in the world, countless movies you could have brought up. They brought the Truman Show. And it's the only movie I've ever seen in a movie theater in Clarksville. Yeah. I was only there for like a week or less. Wild, man.
So
That's fine to say, but if the
I'm
question
hoping that's what they would say.
then I think that's something they would say. But if the question was just, is he a yes or no? What do you think?
I don't.
What conclusion do you think they'd come to on that?
I don't know.
Well, it's
Honestly, I can't answer that question because I don't know. I don't.
well, just be
What is-
unbiased
what
because
is-
obviously you don't
What is what is the definition of it?
attracted to children.
So it doesn't have to be nude, naked, or just someone who's attracted to.
No, it's not an action. It's a feeling. Like you know, I'm attracted to females. And I don't watch.
Right.
So.
Right. So if that's the definition, then I guess it would fit.
It's actually the definition that it's whatever Clyde does.
You know, I learned
So,
recently. This kid posted in No Stupid Questions subreddit. He's like, I am a middle schooler. If I take pictures of another middle schooler and post them, do I get charged with CP? And the answer was yes. It's still CP, even if you're a child, and even if you're looking at it. I think it's or something. It was something. Even some state had it happen where a kid had like porn on his phone, even though he was a kid. He still got charged with it. I don't know what the outcome was, but so interesting.
What you do, they're going to say that about you. No, I'm just kidding. But
Alexa, what is the definition of?
I'd rather not answer that.
Oh,
Okay, thank you.
can you ask her one more time?
Yeah, you should
Can you ask her one more time?
Alexa,
probably, please.
what is the definition of?
I'd rather not answer that.
Okay, let's see.
Alexa, what is
What is the definition of?
Here's the definition of a person who is attracted to children.
that it?
Okay, but what if that person? And I'm asking an honest question. What if that person is attracted to children, according to that definition, but would never actually have intercourse with a child?
well? That makes you a. Here's the virtuous. I think. I don't know. That's just a.
Talked about having an attraction. So you talked about having an attraction. You have
Right.
an attraction. That's it.
Yeah.
These, like
That would be like
you
calling.
can have a. Let's bring it up a little bit. You can have a attraction to a grown woman,
Right.
but not actually have intercourse with that woman.
Right. And that means you're still straight.
Right.
All right. Okay. Very good.
So my question is kind of, if you're going to identify somebody as a, can they have an attraction to a child but not actually do something very, very bad with a child?
Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, just like the 40-year-old virgin can still attract to females, but hasn't done anything to one.
Okay.
So
I guess that's when I had trouble answering that question, because I was thinking in my mind that you'd actually have to do something with them.
Dude,
that's an action. Hey, bro, I'm gonna you.
I think that being a 40-year-old virgin would really, oh man, it's got to make somebody a different person. Like over time, it's like you'd be beating yourself up, like, oh my god, and then we get worse and worse and worse as you got older, because like now it's really embarrassing. Now what do I do? That's another movie I saw in the movie theater too. I had a date. Her name was Sarah.
Have you ever been before? Yeah.
She was Jewish.
Yeah,
She gave me my first matzo ball soup.
Have you ever been before?
She lived in Germantown,
Like off camera.
Tennessee.
Interesting.
She was going to school to be a pharmacist. She already had a degree in paleontology or anthropology, one of the two. I think anthropology. The study of people and cultures.
Alexa.
I get with college educated chicks, bro.
My friends, I usually get home by 10, somewhere by 10:15.
I've been known to.
Between 10:15 and 10:30.
Okay, what are their names? Are they like real people or are they like AI?
Not real.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right.
So what do y'all do? You said you were with some intervention group.
Yeah, it's called Kid Protectors USA.
Protectors.
Yeah. We're pretty robust. I mean, we go nationwide. We have arrests in 46 states, convictions in 40, and
Damn, I can't believe you just told him that.
I think it's a pretty good job. I think I enjoy it.
She doesn't.
You looking to get me convicted?
No, not necessarily.
Mama, you're too picky.
To go to therapy and get help?
Yes.
I would have probably agreed with that.
Right.
She goes under the house. You tell me if she goes under the house. If she does, I'll take a fancy beast out to her.
Yeah, this was earlier in Staples, and
I think she left them.
so I was doing this thing because we're meeting with the South Carolina Attorney General tomorrow because we're trying to get the law changed in South Carolina. So what have to do?
No.
And so I was at Staples earlier.
House for there.
Hey, roommates.
Yeah.
No, that was a cop knock, dude. Get out of here. I know a cop knock when I hear one.
Oh. Oh, hey, thanks, Gunther.
Oh, never mind.
Good night.
Oh, shit.
I thought they would be them. Sorry about it.
Oh, shit. Oh, I think he ordered. I think.
Can you close the door so that...
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. What did you order that or?
No, he didn't order anything. Yep. You didn't joke of it, but you didn't order it, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, it's for.
It says Gordon Flowers and. Are you your roommates?
No.
Oh shit.
I don't even. And maybe upstairs.
Wait, you're never.
I don't know. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, look, they taped the boxes shut now. That's cool.
Oh, of course, pepperoni. What the man? God damn it. That's good. I mean, how would it be? I mean, you would think it would be cheese pizza anyways, but. Well, I guess you can help yourself. I mean, I'm not.
Not even Pizza Hut believed it.
I don't know.
God damn it! I'm so disappointed.
Not even Pizza Hut believed it.
No.
I don't even know how to close this thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can just give it to your roommates.
Overtired, that's mine.
Gordon Flowers and plus Leo.
I don't know anybody by that name. Honestly, I don't.
Some of the cops were there.
So you don't know Leo? Oh, okay.
They're waiting on him now.
Do you have any waters at all?
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Wait, it might be the guy who's in the next department. Oh. Well, can I put my shoes on and go next door and see if there's pizza goes over there?
Dude, yeah, by all means.
But honestly, I don't know who's the pizza it is.
The first time I've had to receive pizza on site.
You want to come with me?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Check. You got it. Yeah, I can put it here. Yeah, guys, you can go through deliver the pizza.
Asking the neighbors if they know whose pizza it is.
She looks like a pizza delivery guy too. Huh.
There's a green truck. You can see it.
Oh my god, dude.
Honestly, I don't know.
You help yourself, man. It's all yours. God damn it, dude. You put names on there, got pepperoni pizza. I'm so mad, actually.
Yeah.
Help yourself, man. Truly, it's all yours.
Oh, we
I
lost
get
the
to pay for it
camera.
too.
Do I have a mask on?
I didn't see a mask on. You still wearing like a COVID mask? Maybe he's delivering food. I don't know.
I guess I'll put another
I see
fancy
him. Yeah, I see
feast
him.
out there.
Well,
I
you're
gotta
talking about
give
the black
Simon
dude.
his
He had a mask
medicine
on?
in a
I thought
minute.
he did.
I don't see a mask.
Yeah, the guy who didn't have a mask.
Yeah, I didn't see a mask on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he had.
So are you like part Hispanic at all, or?
No.
All right.
There's Cherokee in my family.
Okay. Are there any? So is there any photo? Are there any photos saved on your phone that might be problematic, that might need to be getting rid of, or anything like that? Yeah, mind if we just check?
There's files, which is this came with the phone. That image is right there.
Right.
Okay, and it's on all right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I got right there.
Okay. Well, those are definitely young girl photos, but I mean,
Yeah, those I haven't deleted that. I deleted the messenger account. I haven't deleted those yet.
right.
And I don't have anything. Well, I got her pictures there, but there's photos and collections of those.
Where are the rest of the photos?
I have to go through them one by one and delete them.
All right.
To go, but sometimes it's not easy to do. Oh, I hate doing this because it's not easy to do it. So you have to click on it, then you have to do trash right there, and then delete it.
Turn it off. Turn the camera off.
Huck.
Turn the camera off. Turn it off.
She told me that that was the dress that she wore to her grandmother's funeral. That's what she told me.
Oh, so that account on Telegram is called.
Yeah, hold on a minute.
Here, actually, here, Clyde. I'm calling you. Clyde. I'm calling my friend here. He wants to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. Flowers.
Hey, Gunther.
Yes, Mr. Flowers.
Hey, Clyde. Eyes on the ball, bud. Here, this is my friend Gunther. He's a student of mental health. He's not a therapist, but he's just kind of a he's in school to be a therapist, but he's not a therapist. Can we just focus here?
Yeah.
Hi, Clive. My name is Gunther. I'm a student of mental health. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Yeah, well, this is just kind of odd and weird and strange, and you know.
I know that you are undergoing some stressful situations. I don't know much about you, Clive. How would you describe your condition?
I'm okay. I do things to keep my stress under control so that I don't go wildfire crazy. Things that I learned in therapy to be able to help with that so that I don't go off the deep end. But I guess I'm doing pretty good right now.
Okay, good. Do you use drugs or alcohol?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Any male enhancement medications on board?
No.
Are you vaccinated fully for COVID?
I never had a COVID shot. I took a flu shot, but I actually refused to take the COVID shot.
Okay, may I ask why, please? It's recommended that you have 5 boosters by now. Why did you not take the injections?
Because of all vaccine.
So you lean
At the time,
Listen, I'm certain that you've been looking for a way out of this, and Mr. Flowers is giving you just that tonight, Clive. Would you like to quit entirely, or is it keeping you young?
I don't think it's keeping me young because I definitely feel my 60 years of age.
Okay, you're 60. And
yeah.
How old was the young man or woman that you were speaking with?
Reported to be 12 years old.
Okay. Have you ever considered dating younger than 12?
No.
Okay. Well, I can tell you, Pickles just flew by. I mean, the time just flies by. And we just never know what life is going to give us. Could I get your status?
What did he say?
I want you to...
For your status.
Oh, I'm free.
What was the young woman's name?
According to the account, the name.
Okay. And I want you to know, if you could speak to my mother, she was going to have some concerns about possibly contracting. This is his aunt, actually, Clive. She's going to have some concerns about possibly contacting an STD if she, if things got. Would that have been possible?
No, because I've never had.
You're a virgin?
Yes, sir.
When is the last time? What is your lifetime number of partners?
0.
None.
3, Pickles. There is an emergency at the plethysmography clinic. I just received a text about.
Wait a minute.
Are you a religious man?
Yes, sir.
What faith do you practice?
Christianity. Wait a minute.
Are you active in the church?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Are you active in the church?
Are you
To
active
a
in the
church
church?
Wednesday night. We just started going. Me and my friends recently started going. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Where do you stand on assisted?
Gunther, can I ask you something? Gunther,
Yes, of course.
can I ask you
I'm
something?
here to help.
Okay, you
Here to help.
you said that mother or aunt was worried about her having and getting a disease, right?
Hypothetically, I want to know how that makes you
The
feel.
guy sitting next to me right here said it wasn't real.
Right. If she were real, Clyde, what would you want to say to her?
See,
Her aunt.
It's a
or
I
thought.
follow conversations.
It's a thought exercise,
If y'all
Clyde.
trying to trick me, I follow
It's a
conversations.
thought exercise, Clyde.
I bring up conversations with my friends.
What percent of the
They're bad
pornography you
about
watch
talking
is-
about this and then switching over here talking about this and talking about this. I'll bring them back to this.
What percent of the
I follow-
child that you watch is what percent of the you watch is child life?
I can't understand what he's saying.
Oh, he's asking what percentage of the. Go ahead, Gunther. I'm sorry.
How much? What sites do you use to get your?
It's just been Facebook.
Are you on Grindr?
I don't even know what Grindr is. And the guy sitting next to me asked me something about XRT or something. I don't even know what that is.
What is your lifetime number of partners, Glenn?
None. I haven't had.
Are you voluntarily celibate? That could be a challenging lifestyle. Are you open to intercourse?
Say again?
Are you open to intercourse?
No,
And why not?
because it goes against my religious training.
And where do you
there
stand on it?
Is there something wrong with that?
No, I don't believe so.
All right. What about?
Where do you stand on this?
I'm against.
Okay. All right. What are your plans for the future?
I've talked to my roommate. They'll be coming back soon. I've talked to my roommate. Talks about a lot, and I have actually had to take.
It's good.
What do you think should happen to you for your behavior? How would you handle it? That was your daughter.
I don't know how. Honestly, I'm going to tell you as truthfully as I can.
That can be
Honestly,
another thought exercise.
I don't know.
You can ruminate on that.
We were both talking at the same time. What'd you say?
Do you support the LGBTQIA+ community in your city?
What's that got to do with anything?
Nothing. Were you ever in the military, though?
No, sir.
Okay. Why did you not serve your country?
What's that got to do with anything?
Nothing. Do you stand with Israel? Is your church supportive of Israel?
Wait a minute. Where are these questions going? There's supposed to be an
It all comes full circle.
This is supposed to be an intervention. You trying to figure out my political stance and my.
Well, we're talking about Israel. So we're talking about Israel. So right now we're looking. We'll go back to the mental intervention. It's kind of like
Gunther had a screenshot.
it's a lot of interventions here. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think where I stand politically is really none of your business. Not trying to be rude.
Okay, no offense taken. There's no reason to get hostile.
I'm not trying to be hostile. I'm just saying. I don't really care if you're a Democrat or Republican or Independent. It really shouldn't matter if I'm Democrat, Republican, or Independent either.
Okay.
I'll tell you what I told the man sitting next to me. I think we need a strong military. I think we need a better educational system. We need a strong economy. Now, if that makes me a conservative and a Republican, then I guess I identify as conservative and Republican.
And by golly, there's only.
And there are.
That's right.
That's very patriotic. Would you ever consider running for office?
Absolutely not. I only have 2 years of college education. I ain't smart enough to be in politics.
You're not big on service. What about community service? Church service?
I've helped out with church stuff, things like that, but
Would you like to find a way to quit life? Clive, I can hear you winding down.
I have lotion on my skin and she can smell it.
Something that's wearing off?
sir. No. I just got a little bit.
It doesn't have scent
I felt
though.
like I was being cornered a little bit, and whenever I feel like I'm being cornered, I kind of fight back.
Cornered by a 12-year-old?
Now you were asking me all these questions about my politics, and I just kind of felt like I was being cornered.
Oh,
My hands are cracking.
But yes, I do support Israel. I think Israel and the United States need to stand with each other.
See, that was very hard to admit.
Me personally, I don't believe in the lifestyle, but we live in the United States where people have liberty and freedom. If they want to live an LGBTQ life, that's their right under the Constitution. I personally don't like that kind of lifestyle, but I'm not going to take it away from them either.
Gunther, do you know if the pickle place is delivering?
They were. They bright lights and all.
Oh well, because I gotta we gotta get to I gotta get to South Carolina, man.
White ones. Yeah, I think some fresh air would help.
But yes, sir, I told your friend here sitting by me that I think at the very minimum I probably need to talk to somebody. I've been, like I told your man here, I've been in counseling before for anger issues. I guess you can kind of pick up on that.
Does your roommate know about this? Your roommate?
No. Your friend,
a good accountability partner.
Your friend here asked me if I told anybody, and I told you the same thing I told him. No, I haven't told anybody. How would you bring something up like that? You know, you don't just walk up to somebody and say, "Hey, I'm attracted to children. Can you help me?" You don't just. How would you bring something up like that?
Well, I think you first have to identify the problem before it can even be.
And I think your friend here helped me do that, because I asked him earlier. He was asking me if I would identify as. And honestly, I didn't know what the definition was, and I had to look it up on Google. And according to the definition that I got off of Google, then yes, I guess I would be identified as.
Yes.
I don't like that because I don't want to be because I don't. Children should not be abused and misused and mistreated, and that just no. I don't want to be identified with that.
Did anything you did qualify as that?
I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, what?
Do you think that anything you did could qualify as abuse?
Well, according to the definition that we all heard, the definition on my phone speaking the definition about attraction to kids, and I asked your friend here if that was just if that meant that you actually had to do something with a child or just be attracted to them. And if I understood your friend right, he said just be attracted to them. And if that's the case, then yes. If that's the case, then yes, I kind of a slap in my face. But yes, I guess I would be identified as.
Okay. Are you proud about it?
No, I'm not. That's why I said a slap in my face. I'm not proud about it.
Okay. What would you say to the mother and the aunt?
Honestly, I don't know.
I think everybody wants to see you take full accountability.
I think I am taking accountability. I've admitted that I got a problem. Haven't I?
Yeah, you sure, but like he means like full accountability.
Well, how does that play out?
It's called like the Letcher method, where basically there was just, I mean, he was famous. I mean, it was kind of like in the past year. There was a guy named Donald, and he kind of like to help fix his problems. He did the Letcher method, which is I think it only costs. I mean, it's a low cost treatment. I think. I mean, I think it's like a
One dosage.
I think the Letcher method. Yeah.
The reason I go to therapy is because it's free, because that's the only kind of therapy I can afford.
Right. Well, I think the Letcher method might be like I mean, it could be as cheap as like a $200 down payment, and then after that, it's like I think a payment or two, 79 cents, or even cheaper, even. But
We all settle.
say again.
Oh, I guess Sam is heart medicine. I forgot.
Therapy.
Well, we would like the Letcher method to be done, but go through. Have you talked about the Letcher method yet?
Well, yes. So when that method is employed, it's important to avoid the flinch effect, and that's best achieved by biting down actually with the teeth, so that there's no slippage, misdirection. You know, it's 90% effective if it's done right.
90%.
Yeah, they kind of wrote about it in the New York Post and all that stuff. It's a pretty well researched method, I think.
Did anything ever happen
The
to
Letcher
you?
method.
How's it spelled?
It's LETCHER. I want to say, yeah.
Did anything ever happen to you? Why?
No?
Are you sure?
Yeah, as far as unless it's some kind of blocked memory, I'm pretty sure.
Your therapist would have uncovered that by now, right? Is it
Well, we didn't talk about this particular thing. We only talked about stress and anger and emotions and things like that.
How angry are you at this moment on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'm not angry. I'm just.
See, it seems like you've gotten that under control, and I am proud of you. How do we get the attraction under control?
How do we get what?
The attraction under control.
I don't know. If I knew that, y'all wouldn't be here.
Do you have siblings?
Yeah, I have a younger brother and an older sister.
How would they feel about your behavior?
Well, one brother is being treated. He would probably.
Could I get you to call him?
I don't think he would freak out about it. I think he would just say, well, you know, it just kind of runs in the family. Our whole family's crazy.
Let's find out right now. Would you mind calling him with Mr. Flowers there to witness? He might even be able to help. Are you willing to talk to your brother about this? Or could your roommate?
They should be coming back pretty soon.
Right. Yeah, we might need to get going. We got like an 8-hour drive.
I wish I could say I see a breakthrough.
I tell you,
Discouraging.
I tell you what.
What? You'll consider full accountability?
I will.
You will?
What's tomorrow?
God bless you.
Tomorrow's Saturday, right?
Right.
Monday. No, Monday's Martin Luther's holiday.
Just when I think there's not a breakthrough,
Tuesday.
there's a breakthrough.
I have to do it Tuesday. Tuesday, I'll go and ask to talk to a therapist. I'll send Stone and talk to a therapist.
Okay.
And I'll be honest, it didn't embarrass the hell out of me, but I'll be honest. Because, that doesn't matter what the addiction is. You can go to Alcoholics Anonymous, if you're not going to be honest with yourself, it ain't going to do you no good.
Okay.
Alcoholism, I bring it up because alcoholism runs in my family. I have 3 stepbrothers, and they drink like they were trying to win a drinking contest.
How often are you drinking?
I don't drink. I had 3 stepbrothers who drank like they were trying to win a drinking contest.
All right. Are there any signs of pickles, Gut?
There were.
Can you see if they're the place is still open? Because if not, then we might just have to.
Y'all promise you telling me the truth? Y'all ain't ordered that pizza?
No, I swear to not.
Honestly, I don't know who that pizza belongs to. I really don't.
You just haven't. Yeah, Gut. Let's see if there's any signs of pickles, because we do.
What is pickles?
Oh, it's fried pickles.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll give him a call. I'll call you back, Gut.
Bye.
Dude, like an 8-hour drive to South Carolina, bro. We gotta be there like at 10. Oh.
So, I promise you, because Monday is Martin Luther King.
One sec, I'll be right back.
I'll go talk to a therapist at Centerstone on Monday because I can't afford anything else. I mean, I can get you're kind of quiet. What do you have to say about this?
I mean, there's not much to say. You had your part to say and just heard you out.
I mean,
I'm not going to say it's right what you're doing.
I wouldn't either.
You know what you're doing is wrong.
That's why. Not that it makes it right, but that's why I never would ask for any naked picture or anything like that, because I know it's not right. So, even though it's not a clean thing to do, I try to keep it clean to the best of my ability. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm trying to say?
All right, what's up? This is just kind of like some dead time here. Just some waiting around. So, I mean, there's really not much to see here. So, in the meantime, go ahead and follow our Instagram, iFightForKidsV2. That's IFIGHTFORKIDSV2. Follow us on there. Appreciate it.
Here, I don't want his number to echo in the hallways. We can just kind of go over there.
Mics?
Yeah.
Where one lock? That's not plugged into the mics.
Okay. Here, we can just
No, get out of
your
here.
code? What number was that? What does that mean?
It's a code that unlocks my phone.
No, I know that, but like, what are the numbers signify? Yeah.
336.
Okay.
Okay. No, I don't have my glasses on. Okay. Okay. There's contacts, so.
Okay.
No, get out of here.
No. Do your roommates call that?
No. Because they came in and asked us when they were out here.
Oh, the
Do you think it's related to the pizza?
maybe. How's it going?
Hey guys, who is this?
We're just having a conversation here with Mr. Clyde. Clyde, basically, some guy sent you like child in the past.
What you want, what you gonna do?
And it was like 9 to 12-year-olds. It was on Telegram. Is that kind of what happened? I mean, I can play the footage of you saying this.
No. You were just speaking fast. I was just processing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Alex, we're going to go through the motions here first.
Did they send you child on Telegram?
Yeah, but like I told you, I deleted it.
Oh, okay, but you received it. Okay.
What apartment do you stay in, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And it's
Huh?
okay.
Oh, I don't have anything in my pocket.
Good, man. Is it an airplane matter?
No.
I haven't so well. I don't know how to do it.
No, it's not on there for me.
Partial Police Department.
You can go in.
Is anybody in there?
Yeah, my 2 roommates are in there.
Okay. Well, I'll let them come to the door.
His roommates were there the whole time? What the hell?
Hello. Hi. Yeah. So where's the other roommate at? We're gonna keep this open, okay?
Please don't let her cut up, please.
Okay, I got you. We're not gonna let you cut out. We need to do this. So
if you don't mind. You want to do it from over there?
Yeah, no problem.
I appreciate it.
Yep, absolutely.
You can hang out right here. How do you put this on the airplane? Do you know?
Just swipe down from the top and press the airplane button.
I don't know, we're standing outside, I don't know why. All the cops.
All right.
We're here wanting to dive our apartment.
Try to get my outro, bro. Okay, guys, be sure to join locals in the pinned comment. Over 100 videos, early and uncensored, and tons of mugshots, conviction updates, and yeah, like I said, tons of videos, early and uncensored. We do travel the most catch the sickest. Let's hope that a charge can be pressed on him. Obviously, it might not be as strong here as it is usually, but you know, I think if his phone is dumped, they're going to find what they need to find in the cache. So we'll see. But yeah, obviously he admitted a lot, and he is what he is. So yeah, locals in the pinned comment.
That was made.
Whenever you can get your phone back.
But you want to come with me? I'll bring you to the back of my car so you can sit down there.
Unless you want to try again. I don't know.
Where are they coming out?
8-hour drive. Whoever, the guy,
I don't know.
some other name.
What's up?
Somebody opened it.
You see a client in Clarksville, Tennessee being patted down. He's 60 years old. And the self-admitted messaging our 12-year-old decoy account was admitted to receiving about 20 child in the past month of 9 to 12-year-olds, and right now he's only detained, not under arrest. They have seized his phone already, and after this we have
took it. Then there was a guy
interrupting our videos today on catching. Okay, anyway, yeah, we're going to be driving 8 hours to South Carolina tomorrow, and to meet with the Attorney General and hopefully get the ball moving so South Carolina can act more like Tennessee when it comes to seizing phones. So we'll see what's up.
No, you can't have it. Done. Oh, she turned precious precious little girl is going out in Tokyo.
Okay, thank you. How are you? Nice live shot. Good to see all of you. Happy Friday. It's great to be back with you. I want to provide an update on President Trump's actions in the wake of the catastrophic air collision that tragically claimed the lives of 67 people at Reagan National Airport on Wednesday night. Everyone in this White House continues to mourn the victims and keep their friends and families in our thoughts and prayers during this unimaginable time. First, within moments of the collision, the president and his newly appointed team were in immediate communication. The president was briefed on Wednesday evening following the crash, again on Thursday morning, and he has continued to receive updates as recovery efforts continue on the ground. The president, as you know, took time to address the nation yesterday afternoon. To deliver accountability, President Trump swiftly signed a memorandum directing an immediate assessment of the Federal Aviation Administration to ensure the federal government is maintaining the highest personnel and policy aviation safety standards.
I can hear my headset.
The memorandum directs the Secretary of Transportation and the FAA Administrator to immediately review all hiring decisions and changes to safety protocols made during the prior 4 years and to take all necessary corrective actions to achieve uncompromised aviation safety.
Dude.
The review will include a
Dude, hopefully they fix the Navy eventually. I'm going to celebrate when they replace the Chief of Naval Operations.
Comprehensive assessment and reversal of any deterioration in hiring standards and aviation safety standards and protocols during the previous administration. Aviation safety was addressed by President Trump before this tragic collision even took place. On his second day in office, the president signed a memorandum to immediately stop Biden DEI hiring programs and return to non-discriminatory, merit-based hiring. And in 2018, during President Trump's first term, the Department of Transportation announced it would put an end at that time to use the biological questionnaire that was introduced by the Obama administration, which punished skilled applicants. President Trump has long led on the issue of aviation safety, and he will continue to do so. He will continue to deliver on the promises he made to the American people at record speed. The Senate has already confirmed 8 of President Trump's exceptional cabinet nominees, including most recently Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, as you of course know, EPA Secretary Lee Zeldin, and Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, who is scheduled to be sworn in later today. We expect the Senate to continue quickly confirming the remainder of President Trump's well-qualified nominees in the days ahead. Earlier this week in the East Room, the president proudly signed the Laken-Riley Act into law, surrounded by Laken's loving parents and sister. This common-sense bipartisan law mandates the federal detention of illegal aliens who are accused of theft, burglary, assaulting a law enforcement officer, and any crime that causes death or serious bodily injury, like the animal who murdered Laken-Riley in cold blood. This was the first piece of legislation President Trump proudly signed as the 47th President of the United States, and it will guarantee that Laken did not die in vain. As Laken's mother, Allison, tearfully said during the signing event, President Trump said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Laken, and he hasn't. He's a man of his word, and we trust that he will fight for the American people. Those are the words of Laken's mother, and we will never forget them. So to help lock up even more criminal illegal aliens, President Trump signed a memorandum this week to detain them at Guantanamo Bay. This action will expand the Migrant Operations Center at Naval Station Guantanamo Bay to full capacity to provide critical extra detention space for high-priority criminal illegals. Our brave ICE agents continue to arrest more and more of these types of individuals every day in communities across our country. And I have more updates for you. On January 27, 2025, ICE Chicago arrested a citizen of Guatemala who has been convicted of solicitation to meet a child, disturbing, and sentenced to 24 months probation. On January 28, 2025, ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of South Korea who has been convicted of 9 counts of possession or control of material depicting minors in sexually explicit conduct. On January 28th, ICE New York arrested a Mexican national previously charged by the state of New York for attempted murder and possession of a weapon and assault. And on January 28th, ICE Philly arrested a citizen of Mexico who has been convicted of possession of child pornography. Our message is simple. If you are a criminal illegal alien, you will be arrested and deported. On another important matter, the nation's report card was released this week, and the news is not good. It showed that U.S. students had record low reading comprehension scores last year. It's National School Choice Week.
Dude, I was just talking about this
this
morning, wasn't I? I said when I was in high school, reading comprehension for the average adult was 10th grade level. What is she about to tell us it is now? Hopefully she tells us. Why not?
Commitment to education, he just left a round in the Roosevelt.
Because I got a perfect on my GED for reading comprehension is what? I got an 80 out of 80. That was the other part of that story.
Room focused on this issue with
I wasn't one of those
the
people.
Country. The national report card showed that 70% of 8th graders were below proficient in reading, and 40% of 4th graders did not even meet the basic reading levels. This is completely unacceptable to the president, and he continues to take aggressive actions to address this education problem in our country. He signed an executive order this week prohibiting federal funding of the indoctrination of our children, including radical gender ideology and critical race theory in the classroom. The president believes American education should focus on cultivating patriotic citizens who are ready for the workforce. And this action will help get schools back on track and defend fundamental parental rights in education. The president also signed a school choice executive order expanding educational freedom and opportunity for families. And in lighter news, but in exciting news, after announcing our briefing room changes on Wednesday, this White House has received more than 10,000 submissions from individuals across the country who are eager to join all of you. We might have to make this room a little bit bigger to do that, who want to participate in our new media seat at a future briefing. So in this seat today, we have the Ruthless podcast. They humbly started by entertaining small audiences on Capitol Hill, but after 4 years, this program has become one of the most influential podcasts in America. They previously reached #1 on the charts and earned over 25 million downloads as they deliver political news with a humorous touch. The hosts are Josh Holmes, Michael Duncan, Comfortably Smug, and the man joining us today, John Ashbrook. So with that, I will take your questions. John, please kick us off.
Thank you very much. You know, Caroline, in your first briefing, the media went after this administration for deporting illegal immigrants they claimed were not criminals. The question is, do you think they're out of touch with Americans demanding action on our border crisis?
The media out of touch? I think the media certainly is out of touch, and I think that's proven by a number of things, John. #1, there was a New York Times poll that was released prior to President Trump's inauguration by the New York Times, which of course is a legacy media outlet, that showed that 83% of Americans support deporting the individuals that you mentioned, illegal immigrant criminals, especially those who have committed heinous crimes in the interior of our country. And I received a very actually interesting statistic on this front from ICE this week. 97% of the deportations that this administration has made thus far are of individuals who had a removal order from the previous administration, but were never removed from the interior of our country. So this shows that the previous administration was actually defying our laws, and all this administration is doing is simply following the laws, the immigration laws of this great country. Thanks for the question, John. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, great. Peter.
Thanks, Caroline. If President Trump is telling us that air traffic control towers are staffed with unqualified controllers, these DEI hires who never should have been brought on, then it's not safe to fly commercially, is it?
The president was asked to answer this yesterday, and he believes that it is still indeed safe, and Americans should feel safe traveling our skies. With that said, two things can be true at the same time, and we certainly have seen the deterioration of federal hiring standards at the Federal Aviation Administration, and the president wants to increase those standards. He wants pilots in this country who have the great responsibility of flying American citizens by the tens of millions every single day to be chosen for that position based on their merit and their skills. And so the administration will prioritize this.
Was the air traffic controller in the DCA tower on Wednesday night hired or not fired at some point because of his or her race?
That investigation is ongoing, and so when we have updates on the exact individuals who were involved in the collision, including the air traffic controller, also the pilots of the helicopter and others, we will confirm those. I don't want to confirm names from this podium today. We're not in a position to do that. But I will say the president has still rightfully pointed out that there has been problems with the aviation industry over the past several years. And this started under Barack Obama in 2014.
And when the president says on Truth Social, the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high by a lot, it was far above the 200-foot limit, that's not really too complicated to understand, is it? Is he suggesting a helicopter malfunction or a crew error or a crew doing this intentionally?
No, the president is simply stating what he said in that Truth Social post, which is that the helicopter was flying higher than it should have been, which is one of the reasons that led to this collision. And the other reasons for that are still being investigated, and I will let that investigation play out. Kelly.
Some of our colleagues have obtained a memo from the Defense Intelligence Agency that talks about not holding any activities or programming related to Black History Month to be in line with the president's views on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Does the president plan to have a proclamation about Black History Month? In his first term, each of the 4 years of his term, he did so and called on those in government to have programming activities and celebrations. Is he going to do that this year?
Yeah, the president looks forward to signing a proclamation celebrating Black History Month. I actually spoke with our great staff secretary. It's in the works of being approved, and it's going to be ready for the president's signature to signify the beginning of that tomorrow.
If an agency is calling off those kinds of activities in an attempt to be in alignment with the president's views on DEI and other things, should they adjust that now and have those programs and make those celebrations however they see fit in the office?
The president is leading here at the White House, and I'll leave it to the proclamation that he will sign very soon. Mary, great to see you.
Thanks for having us. So I wanted to follow up on the gender executive orders you mentioned. First of all, we know that President Trump has taken a bunch of steps to protect children from irreversible transgender procedures. Is he interested in backing congressional legislation on this point? And does the Trump administration have interest in investigating doctors who perform these irreversible procedures on kids, such as a double mastectomy on a minor girl?
Well, the president has already taken a very strong stance on this issue this week with the signing of his executive order, a few executive orders in this space. First, he made it the official policy of the federal government that there are only two sexes, male and female, and we have directed all federal agencies to comply with that policy. As for congressional legislation to support the president's agenda in this space, and certainly ending the mutilation of young children, the chemical castration of young children, which is a barbaric practice that the vast majority of Americans do not support for young minor children. Certainly the president would support Congress's efforts, as he has already made that very clear this week. Jennifer.
On Rick Grinnell's trip to Venezuela to meet with Nicolas Maduro, is there anything you can share on timing on that, what his agenda is, what the mission of that trip is?
Yes, so I can confirm that Rick Grinnell is in Venezuela today. I can confirm that Rick Grinnell is going to Venezuela, or is in Venezuela, with two immediate directives from the President of the United States. Number one, Rick Grinnell has been instructed to identify a place and ensure that repatriation flights of Tren de Aragua members, Venezuelan nationals who have broken our nation's will land in Venezuela. As I said at this podium a few days ago, we expect every nation on this planet to cooperate with the repatriation of our citizens, and so Rick Grinnell is in Venezuela to ensure that can continue. And number two, Rick Grinnell is in Venezuela to ensure that all U.S. detainees in Venezuela are returned home. That's his mission, and I will provide a readout after this trip.
On Bob Menendez, can you tell us if anyone has approached the White House or the president about a pardon or a commutation?
I have not been part of those discussions. If they have, I am not sure if they have, but I won't speculate on potential pardons that may or may not happen. To my awareness, the answer is no. Justin.
Friends at Reuters reporters are reporting that the president has made a decision on the Canada and Mexico tariffs, but that they won't actually be implemented until March 1st. I was wondering if you could confirm that and talk through some of the president's thinking.
I saw that report and it is false. I was just with the president in the Oval Office, and I can confirm that tomorrow, the February 1st deadline that President Trump put into place at a statement several weeks ago continues. The president will be implementing tomorrow a 25% tariffs on Mexico, 25% tariffs on Canada, and a 10% tariff on China for the illegal fentanyl that they have sourced and allowed to distribute into our country, which has killed tens of millions of Americans. These are promises made and promises kept by the president.
The president yesterday said that last night he was planning to discuss whether an exemption would be made on oil imports. Do you have any information on what decision he made there, or will there be exemptions at all offered under this?
Still no
I don't have an update or
crossback,
readout for you on the exemptions, but those tariffs will be for public consumption in about 24 hours tomorrow, so you can read them then. Stephen Nelson.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I have 3 questions, if that's all right. I'd like to ask you about press freedom and then about 2 economic matters. On press freedom, on Tuesday, you announced plans to roll back the more restrictive press badge policy of the Biden White House. But there's a different anti-press freedom policy I wanted to ask about. The Biden White House adopted a mysterious pre-screening process for journalists allowed into large event spaces that in the pre-pandemic days of the first Trump term were open to all journalists on campus. This effectively limited the diversity of reporters present and blocked the asking questions that large segments of the American public wanted answered. As press secretary, can you commit to abolishing this mysterious pre-screening process?
There were a lot of mysterious processes that my team and I have had to unravel over the past 2 weeks that were implemented by the previous White House and in particular the previous press shop here. And so I can commit to a greater access and transparency, which I believe we already have by ensuring that the 440 journalists whose credentials were revoked will be reinstalled. They will get their credentials if they wish to. We've also, of course, opened up a new seat to new media. And as far as open press events here at the White House, if we tell you it's open press, it's open press.
So just to confirm, this pre-screening thing is something you're aware of and you work to undo to the maximum extent possible.
When we say something is open press, it will mean it's open press.
Economic matters, and I can just ask them both at once for you. In New York City, Governor Hochul's congestion pricing went into effect this month. Vehicles that drive through parts of Manhattan have to pay a $9 toll. President Trump has made clear his opposition. He said that it's, quote, the most progressive tax known to womankind. Will the administration be trying to block this? And the second question is, millions and maybe tens of millions of Americans who voted for President Trump were excited about his plans to do away with taxes on tips, overtime, and Social Security benefits. But there's uncertainty about the timing of this. So can you clarify for them when this is going to happen? Does President Trump want this to be in the first, all 3 of those in the first batch of legislation early this year?
Well, to answer your question in one swoop, I will say that President Trump is committed to lowering taxes for Americans and cutting taxes for Americans. As for congestion pricing in New York, I do know that the president spoke with Governor Hochul about that. I don't have any, actions, so to speak, to read out for you on that issue today. Number 2, when it comes to no taxes on tips and Social Security, the president has made it very clear to our allies on Capitol Hill that is a critical piece of this reconciliation package, and he expects that his tax cuts from 2017, which put a lot more money back into the American people's pockets, those must be implemented, and no tax on tips. The president is intent on delivering on that promise, and he will get it done.
Overtime also as part of reconciliation?
Yes. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. Can you guarantee that those tariffs won't increase prices for Americans, including at the gas pump and the grocery store?
I think Americans who are concerned about increased prices should look at what President Trump did in his first term. He effectively implemented tariffs, and the average inflation rate during the first Trump administration was 1.9%. In fact, when President Trump left office, it was 1.4%. So President Trump is going to do everything he possibly can to cut the inflation crisis that the previous administration imposed on the American people, and he will continue to effectively utilize tariffs.
If those tariffs do increase prices for Americans, will the administration reverse them?
That's a hypothetical question, and the president is intent on ensuring that he effectively implements tariffs while cutting inflation and costs for the American people. And, you know, the media has this way of just looking at everything in a microscope rather than looking at the whole of government economic approach that this president is taking. He will effectively implement tariffs. He's also, as I just answered Prince Stephen's question, committed to tax cuts. He's also clearly committed, as evidenced by his executive orders, to unleashing the might of our energy industry, which we know will eventually drive down inflation. And all the economic measures that this president has made will have a Trump incoming economic boom, just like we saw in our first term.
And has the White House found any
Fox Business?
Yeah,
Yes.
thanks. Thanks, Carolyn.
You're welcome.
Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, said today that if the U.S. imposes tariffs, he will respond and he will not relent until the tariffs are removed. Are we seeing the start of a trade war with Canada?
I don't think so. I think the president is going to implement those tariffs tomorrow, and he will respond to Mr. Trudeau's comments in due time, I am sure.
What type of things have to happen? What does the administration need to see in order to avoid those tariffs?
Well, the tariffs are incoming tomorrow on Canada, and the reason for that is because both Canada and Mexico have allowed an unprecedented invasion of illegal fentanyl that is killing American citizens and also illegal immigrants into our country. In fact, I have more language for you right here. Canada, Mexico, and China, which, as I mentioned, President Trump will implement a 10% tariff on China, have all enabled illegal drugs to pour into America. The amount of fentanyl that has been seized at the southern border in the last 2 years alone has the potential to kill tens of millions of Americans. And so the president is intent on doing this, and I think Justin Trudeau would be wise to talk to President Trump directly before pushing outlandish comments like that to the media.
If I may, one more.
Yes, Lindsay.
Go back to the plane crash for Let me go back to the plane crash for just 1 second.
You're interrupting your colleague, but sure.
Sorry, I thought you called on me.
I called on Lindsay.
The president this morning said the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high. I'm wondering if he's basing that on what he learned from investigators, and if you could offer a little bit more of a window into how he is keeping abreast of this investigation.
Sure.
Is the NTSB briefing him separately? Is he meeting in the Situation Room? Can you just sort of offer a window into that?
Yeah, the president based that statement on truth because it is truth and it's fact, and it was relayed to him by the authorities who are overseeing the investigation into this horrific plane collision. And the president, as I said in my opening remarks, continues to be briefed on collision by everybody across his cabinet, the Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Defense, the NTSB, who the commissioner there was in the Oval Office with him yesterday. Lindsay. Lindsay, go ahead. Lindsay, go ahead.
In recent days, the CIA actually revealed that they do also believe that COVID-19 was from a lab leak in Wuhan, China. How is the president planning on responding to this additional intel from the CIA, and will it impact how he responds to them with tariffs?
Yeah, kudos to John Ratcliffe for revealing that truth and that fact to the American people. Many years too late, the Biden administration had a chance to let the American people know the truth about that, and for some reason, they chose not to. I also would just like to point out that several years ago, when I was working in this press shop and President Trump would take to this podium to brief the American people on COVID-19, he suggested that COVID very well may have came from a lab in Wuhan, China. And many members in this very room mocked him for that, said he was spewing conspiracy theories. He was not. We now know that to be the confirmable truth. It took many years for it to come out, but the president was right in this instance again. Sure.
We all knew it came from
I want to
China.
ask about Secretary Rubio's trip to Panama first. Sure. What did the conversations look like with President Trump on that? The president of Panama says it is, quote, impossible to negotiate over the canal. So what are you expecting from this visit?
So I have not been present for Secretary Rubio's conversations with President Trump about the Panama Canal. I have been present for President Trump's own thoughts on the Panama Canal, and you've all seen them as well in his public statements that he has shown. He believes it's unacceptable that the canal is essentially run by the Chinese Communist Party. If you look at both ends of the canal, massive Chinese Communist Party linked companies run the canal. That's unfair to the American people, many of whom lost their lives many years ago building this canal. The American taxpayers are paying millions of dollars for the canal, and the president believes it's in our national interest as a nation for Secretary Rubio to go there and begin these discussions, and that's exactly why he's doing that.
Caroline.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Caroline. Is the United States in the process of pulling out of Syria militarily because the president wanted to do that in his first term?
By the way, I was
threatened today with eggs.
I did change my battery yesterday. We got a fresh battery in the car and a new blinker, a new turn signal for my front driver's side. Dude, check this out. That blinker has been out. It has been out, but it's been doing the fast blink for like 4 years, I think, somewhere around there. Because I had to take the battery out to replace it, or I had to take the fairing, whatever it's called, the wheel well. I had to pull that plastic back in there to get to it. And I was like, not ever trying. I had the bulb. Dude, the bulb's been sitting in my garage for like 4 years. But I looked at it and I was like, what the fuck? I gotta take the battery out? I put it right up on the little thing. It's been sitting there ever since, dude. And it's been bothering me, you know, because especially with streaming, when I'm trying to be incognito with some things, like maybe what direction I'm turning or something.
As well, and he had a lot of pushback from the Pentagon and Congress. And based on what he said yesterday, is he considering doing that in a short time?
The president was asked and answered this question yesterday, and he, as the commander-in-chief of the United States military, reserves the right to review troop deployments overseas at any point in time.
Is that a topic right now?
Yes.
Thank you. 2 questions. So we now know that the staffing was not.
I don't have the sticker yet. I just asked for it yesterday.
And so is the government freezing the hiring of new federal workers and offering buyouts? Are you not afraid that more incidents of different kind could happen with less staffing in different agencies?
Well, the president is intent on ensuring that we are increasing staffing at these agencies, and that's why he signed a very strong executive order on his second day in office, immediately terminating DEI hiring practices at the FAA. He also, following the tragic crash, as you all know, in the Oval Office yesterday, signed a memorandum directing an immediate assessment of the FAA to ensure the federal government is maintaining the highest personnel and aviation safety standards. And I would also just say there's a cultural piece to this as well. If you are an American who has spent
I did that though. You laughing about it. I didn't do the official ones because I know you're supposed to do this for taking a right and this for taking a left. But like anytime, like I was wondering if they maybe couldn't see it, I would just do this right in front of me, and they like, so they knew that I'm going this way, dude. But it was blinking, and it was like blink, 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 blink. You know, it'd be blinking faster though, but it was kind of faint. Now it's so bright. It's so bright. It's shining like a diamond. Oh.
Years studying aviation, and you graduate from school and you're an air traffic controller based on skill and merit, and then you apply for a job and you're forced to fill out a biographical questionnaire asking you the color of your skin and asking you where you're from in details that aren't relevant at all to the job description. I think that deteriorates the morale of people in this industry. And if you talk to people in this industry, they'll tell you that. In fact, many of them filed a lawsuit against the FAA a couple of years ago under Joe Biden's administration because they were denied positions because of this DEI hiring practice that was putting identity politics over merit and skills. That's unacceptable. And I think just to put a fine point on this, because this is the third or fourth question I've answered on this subject, when you are flying on an airplane with your loved ones, which every one of us in this room has, do you pray that your plane lands safely and gets you to your destination, or do you pray that the pilot has a certain skin color? I think we all know the answer to that question. And is
feel like I have to pray it all in America for the plane to land, you know? Like, it's crazy that they put us in this situation to where we do. Like, oh man, this plane might actually not make it there. We might just randomly slam into a helicopter.
President Trump said yesterday, it's common sense. Rob Crilly.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up on that.
This shit doesn't happen.
Has there been any sort of assurance from the FAA that
it was Biden's FAA though that did it?
Given the reports of not normal staffing levels on Wednesday.
Oh, absolutely. You had Secretary Duffy here yesterday at the White House at this podium saying that he is on it, and we can all trust that he definitely will be. John Decker.
Thanks a lot, Carol. You called on me, right?
Yes, I did.
Thank you very much.
As long as your name's still John Decker.
It is. Absolutely. Thank you. The
president's meeting today with the founder and CEO of NVIDIA. What is that meeting concerning, and who sought that meeting?
I don't have details on this. It's a private meeting. It will take place at 2:30 p.m. I'll try to get there in time, and I can let you know after. How's that?
On Guantanamo Bay, can you give more details about setting up that detention facility at Gitmo? How will that come about? What's the timing in terms of standing it up? And of course, this has happened before during the Clinton administration.
Yeah, that's right.
Detainees of Cuban and Haitian descent were both detained at Guantanamo. Are you looking at that model in setting up this detention facility?
Secretary Hegseth, I believe, was on television this morning answering this question, and he said that the Department of Defense is already on it. He has directed his agency to ensure that Gitmo is increasing their capacity for beds, and that's exactly what President Trump's executive order did. It directed Secretary Hegseth and also Secretary Noem to expand the Migrant Operations Center at the Naval Station to provide for this extra detention space. And as Secretary Hegseth confirmed this morning, that operation is underway. Sure.
Caroline, on the tariffs, can you clarify whether those will actually be going into effect tomorrow, or whether there might be some lead time?
Yes.
And are those, they will be going into effect?
Correct.
And are those meant to be in place long term, or is there a scenario in which Canada, Mexico, and China can offer concessions and then they would be removed?
At this point, the president has made it very clear those tariffs are going to be implemented and in effect. If the president at any time decides to roll back those tariffs, I'll leave it to him to make that decision. But starting tomorrow, those tariffs will be in place. Sure.
Yeah. Thanks, Caroline.
Yes.
Can you confirm a report by our friends at the Daily Mail that the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is going to be visiting the White House in February? And also, if I may, do you have any more details on Netanyahu's visit here next week?
Sure. I have not seen that report about the Prime Minister. I can go check back with our friends at the National Security Council and get back to you on that. I can confirm that Prime Minister Netanyahu will be here on Tuesday, February 4th, for a working meeting and visit with the president, and I'm sure you will all be here.
I have to do that every time.
To cover that visit. Sure. Daniel.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
Back on the Guantanamo Bay subject specifically, obviously, why does the president feel like that's the best location or a good location to make sure that Americans are safe from violent, illegal migrant crime?
Why wouldn't that be?
It's a really good question.
Isolated.
And the memorandum that he signed, the order that he signed, builds on his previous executive actions, obviously, to secure our southern border and deport illegal criminals from the interior of our country. We know that we have an issue with detention space here in the interior, which is a big reason why Congress needs to pass this reconciliation package as quickly as possible to ensure that DHS and ICE funding they need to detain these individuals, that the administration is very swiftly rounding up and deporting, arresting and deporting these illegal immigrant criminals. And so the president feels it's an appropriate place. Taxpayers are already funding it. The space is there. Why not use it? And the Secretary of Defense, as I said, is working on that as we speak. Sure.
Caroline,
yes.
Thank you so much for having me here answering your question. So I want to talk more about the success that ICE is having finding these violent criminal aliens, some of them being sexual predators. But my friend Ben Bergholm reports that the Chicago mayor and the Illinois governor are preventing ICE agents from going into jails and prisons to enforce detainers against illegal aliens. In Maryland, the Attorney General has also put out a memo hindering local police cooperation with ICE. Does the administration have any comment on leftist state and local officials defying ICE and Trump's deportation efforts?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that Democrat officials in these cities who have been completely overrun and overwhelmed by illegal immigrant criminals would refuse support and help to cure this problem that has especially taken over their cities. I guess they don't want to admit they've been wrong with their sanctuary city policies. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask them about their intentions, but they would be very wise to comply with this administration because this administration is hell-bent on enforcing our nation's immigration laws, and this administration will continue to arrest and detain and deport illegal migrant criminals. And what we won't do is defy our nation's immigration laws like the previous administration, who had these orders of removal on illegal immigrants across the country and were refusing to execute on them. We will continue to remove illegal criminals criminals from our nation's interior.
Are these sanctuary city leaders, are they violating the law?
I would certainly think so. I'd have to check back on which specific law they're violating, but certainly if they're not enforcing our nation's immigration law, sounds like they are breaking the law. And I would also add that their constituents don't approve of that. You've seen residents in Chicago show up at their city council meetings infuriated with their leadership in that city because they are working very hard to provide for their families. They want public safety and law and order, and their officials have abandoned those very basic American principles in these cities. And the American people want law and order. It's, again, an overwhelmingly popular policy to deport illegal criminals from our nation's interior, and this administration will continue to affect that goal.
Sure. A question on Colombia. We just interviewed Colombian President Gustavo Petro, and he insisted that he's not going to take any Colombian deportee from the U.S. if they arrive in South America handcuffed. How this administration responds to that?
When did the Colombian president make those remarks?
Today, during an interview with us at Univision.
Well, I will share those with the President of the United States, and I will get back to you on his response.
What happens if Nicolas Maduro?
Caroline, there are more than 150,000 disabled Americans who are working today. The president talked a lot yesterday about hiring the best and the brightest to work in the federal government. Safety aside, does he believe that disabled people do have a place to work in the federal government? And does he also support the current protections for disabled people working in the private sector as well?
The president has made it very clear that this is a common sense solution to solving some of the problems that we have seen at the Federal Aviation Administration, and also when it comes to many of the federal agencies across our government. People should not be hired based on their disabilities, based on their skin color, their gender, their race. None of that matters. What matters to this president and this administration is how well you can do your job, and the American people agree with that sentiment. So,
but will disabled veterans still get a one-up for getting a position at the Veterans Administration or at the VA? Because that's real. That's a real question. Because they do now. They get a disabled veteran is probably more likely to get a position at the VA than a non-disabled veteran. Especially if they're 100%.
it's about competence, skill, and merit. And so the president is focused on ensuring that the most competent individuals, the best and the brightest in this country, are in positions in this federal government, especially when it comes to public safety. Can't overemphasize the importance of those jobs.
Sure. Caroline. So let's follow up on her question before. President Trump is holding China accountable on fentanyl by ramping up tariffs. So how is President Trump planning to hold China accountable on COVID origins?
I haven't spoken to the president about the COVID origins specifically in regards to any actions he may or may not take when it comes to China. But as I have previewed quite a few times today, he will be implementing a 10% tariff on China tomorrow. Sure.
Hi. Has the president made up his mind about a timeline for tariffs on the EU?
No, he has not.
And will it be a one-size-fit-all, or will it be differentiated among the governments?
I won't get ahead of the president on tariffs when it comes to the European Union. What I can tell you, again, is that the president will be implementing 25% on Canada, 25% on Mexico, 10% on China tomorrow for the reasons that I have repeatedly laid out in this briefing. Newsmax, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you so much.
No, the gentleman behind you.
James Rosen.
Yes, James. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Two quick questions on foreign policy, and then one very long and tedious and ponderous Rosen question thereafter. First, on Iran, we've heard very little about the president's forthcoming Iran policy besides his determination to prevent that nation from achieving a nuclear weapons capability. Is it the president's objective, short of the use of U.S. military force, to use the broad array of his powers to try to hasten the end of the Iranian regime?
I think the president has actually made his position on Iran very clear, and he made that clear when there were the negotiations about the ceasefire, which we know obviously is now in place, and the deadline on that ceasefire has continued. He said that Hamas and Iranian-backed terrorists would have hell to pay if that ceasefire didn't move forward, and then quickly thereafter after it did. I also do have news on the hostage front, which I'm very surprised nobody asked about this because it is big news story. And the White House applauds the release of 8 additional hostages from Hamas captivity, thanks to the ceasefire deal secured by President Trump. 3 Israeli and 5 Thai nationals are being reunited with their families and their loved ones after being held in unspeakable conditions for over 15 months. And the president remains committed to the release of all remaining hostages, and they should have never been taken by the brutal terrorist group Hamas in the first place. And I think President Trump's working meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister next week emphasizes his continued support for Israel and ensuring that brutal terrorists in that region have hell to pay. Sure.
Can I just finish the other 2 questions?
Sure.
I know you want the long, ponderous Rosenberg. But first, on the Grinnell trip, as you know, under the previous administration, the U.S. recognized the opposition candidate in last year's elections, Edmundo Gonzalez, now exiled, as the legitimate president of Venezuela. Does the president's dispatching of Ambassador Grinnell to negotiate directly with President Maduro today mean that the U.S. now officially recognizes President Maduro as the legitimate president of Venezuela?
Absolutely not. As I made it very clear, former ambassador and now special envoy Rick Grinnell is going to Venezuela with 2 very clear directives. Make sure that Tren de Aragua members, of which there are 400 currently in custody, are repatriated back to Venezuela, and that all United States detainees return home. Thank you very much, guys.
Just on the president's use of language in this room yesterday, and without seeking to cast myself as some kind of moral exemplar because it's rather late in the day to try. Nonetheless, this was an event yesterday that began with a moment of silence for the victims of the air crash and the president's own invocation of, quote, a loving God. And then he uncorked that expletive to insult a former cabinet officer. It was the same expletive that I saw him use in the East Room in 2020 when he famously held up the Trump acquitted headline. My question is, if you could shed any light for us on how the president perceives his use of public profanity, which is a practice that certainly sets him apart from all of his predecessors. Does he regard it as an effective communications device, part of his appeal, or is it something that he lapses into inadvertently, perhaps in times of frustration and later regrets?
I think one of the things that the American people love most about this president is that he often says what they are thinking, but sometimes lack the courage to say themselves. And I think yesterday at this podium, you heard President Trump express great frustration, perhaps even anger, with the previous administration's policies, many of which have led to the crises that our country is currently facing and that this president is focused on fixing. Thank you guys very much. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next week.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Are they voting for some stuff in today? Aren't they supposed to be voting? Why aren't they voting? Senate confirmation, vote. Huh? Where is it? Wait, no. It's not live. RFK. Why isn't it happening? Happen later, maybe. This afternoon. Caroline. What the hell? They look like they have eggs. Okay. I'm gonna call them, dude. They don't have any for delivery from online. I did yesterday.
As we continue throughout today's top stories, I do want to take you out to a live look right now as we are currently awaiting for the D.C. Mayor Bowser and Fire Chief John Donnelly to take the stand and give the latest press conference to address the devastating plane crash that took place in our nation's capital. A live look right here at the Potomac River as the current recovery mission is still underway.
Call and see if they had eggs.
So as we continue to wait for that, we are going to go out to LA as we have received the latest updates regarding the wildfires when a Culver City man agrees to plead guilty to recklessly crashing a drone into the super scooper that was fighting the fires during the Palisades fire. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The defendant in this case is expected to appear in court at 1 p.m. this afternoon. That will be in the Roy Ball building, the red building about 2 blocks east of here. So we'll do this. Joe McNally first, Akil Davis from the FBI will do a little Q&A and send you on your way.
Good morning. My name is Joe McNally. I'm the acting United States Attorney in the Central District of California. I'm joined by Akil Davis, the Assistant Director in charge of FBI Los Angeles, Special Agent in charge Amir Asai, Assistant United States Attorneys Ian Yanello and Kadar Bhatia. We're here today to announce the filing of a federal criminal charge against an individual who earlier this month recklessly operated a drone that collided with a firefighting aircraft. On January 9th, the Pacific Palisades fires were raging. Firefighters were desperately trying to stop the destruction being caused by the fires and save lives. Critical to those efforts were firefighting aircraft that were conducting all-out assaults in the areas surrounding the wildfires. Contrary to law and basic common sense, some individuals were recklessly operating drones around the firefighting relief efforts. They were operating drones in areas specifically being by firefighting aircrafts conducted against filing of charge. One individual who is engaged in area who launched a and that drone eventually collided with a super scooper aircraft. One of the most important firefighting aircrafts in the firefighting arsenal. After an intense and in-depth investigation by the FBI, prosecutors today, criminal charge against Peter. Mr. Ack agreed to accept responsibility and plead to of.
Alrighty, as you can tell, we were having some technical difficulties with that video. So in the meantime, you can see this video of that super scooper that was damaged due to the drone that was flown into it during the Palisades fire. All right, we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break, and on the other side, more top stories.
I'm answering. I waited on hold. I pressed button 3 times to talk to somebody, and it kept going back to the same thing.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Brianna Isbell. I do want to take you out to a live look right now as we are currently awaiting for D.C. Mayor Bowser to take the podium with Fire Chief John Donnelly to address the devastating plane crash that took place in our nation's capital on Wednesday night. In the meantime, while we are awaiting for this press conference to get started, we're going to head out to Boston, where the Skate Club of Boston is speaking on behalf of the victims lost in that plane crash. Let's listen in.
This is the letters and emails and texts and phone calls of support.
So they don't even want to cover that. Like, well, since we're waiting, we'll show you this. I can do it. I gotta go to Costco and try to get some eggs. So yeah. I gotta go do that. Do this here. I could even put on some music. Artless. Something actually. Go back to the house music. Alright, thanks. This is T. Gotta get changed first. Get out there. It says they're out of stock, dude. But probably other stuff I need. How is it? Oh man, shoot, hold up. I guess I can get here, get back around 12:30. Yeah, I'll be alright. This was the Why does it think that's the horizon? Weird. I put transform center horizontally. It thinks that's the center for some reason. Oh, that looks better. I hear a bugger. I miss not having a bugger sometimes. I mean, I miss not having a bugger. Yeah. We're back. Gonna go to the store now. See how mischievous they are while I'm gone. Alright, I'll see you soon. Thank you for being here. Later, Bill. Later, Sissy. I gotta take him. Oh, you're gonna lay in the chair where they can't see you? Oh, no, they can. Alright, we're good. That's a she, Bill.
Let's go. Let's go. fuego. Are hot and they only dance to techno. All my friends are hot and they only dance to techno.
I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. I'll keep going till my I'll keep going till my I'll keep go till my speakerphone. I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. Till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blow. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blow. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blow. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blow.
Oh. Oh. All right, all right, all right, all right. Why do you always have to put this in your water? Fuck. That's what you get. Every time you put this in your water, you're going to get this. You're going to get wet with it. How about that? Huh? Put this in your water for? Did y'all see her do it? I'm going to rewind the footage on it. Intentionally place it in the water. Jeez. Break shit up in here. That took a little longer than expected. Why was I gone so long? Oh, I remember why. Well, first I forgot my wallet here. And I didn't remember it until I was at the door. I had a good cart too. I had a brand new cart that I found, like somebody left it in the parking lot. So I was like, I'll take it. I even threw away the stuff that was in it. Somebody left a bunch of crap in there, trash. And then it was at that moment, I was like, man, I got a brand new cart, clean. Now I gotta leave it here. I gotta go back home and get my wallet. Oh my god. At least it's not too far. Not the end of the world, really, but I wanted to be back here to be them by 12:30. It's lunchtime, and I was a little bit late. Sorry, kitties. Did anybody come by the plate? Crossback come by? I don't know. I don't think Crossback's alive anymore. Crossback has went to where Tux is. Oh, and then, dude, there were people in there getting so many eggs. I got 4 dozen because they come in 2 dozen packs, but I got 2 of them of the free range, non-organic. People had like 6 of those things, 6 24 packs. As soon as I got in there, I saw people with multiple eggs. Everybody had 2 of them in their basket. Almost like 90% of the people had 2 of them. So I mean, I went and stocked up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I got my eggs in the morning. So now I got that for a little while. Pretty stoked on that. That was messing me up a little bit. Oh, and I got some of this chicken sausage. It's like pre-cooked chicken sausage. So all I gotta do is like warm it up next to the eggs pretty much. And I'll have some more sausage with it now. Oh, what? Oh, yeah. Gonna be pretty sweet. I missed having eggs. Oh, and check this out. I went to the liquor aisle and looked at it. They had some deals. They had that Jack Daniels pack, that last pack that I just bought. They had that thing for like $39.97, $40. It's pretty cheap for that. And I had some scotch, like they had 4 different kinds of scotches in it. There was also a manager special, a 97 special. I didn't feel the extra strong desire, so like I would have felt a stronger desire to want it a couple weeks ago because I've been walking past, like I haven't not walked past it because I want to know what they're getting. If they're getting anything special, I'm not necessarily going to get it. I just want to see what's going on over there. They still haven't been getting anything like they were the past few years. I don't know what's up with that. But even if they would have had something, I wouldn't have gone in. I like to test my my willpower. I don't know. Because I don't want to be like, no, I don't want to go over there and look at it. I might get one. Like, fuck that. I'm gonna go look at it. I can hold my own. Simon, can't you see? I'm busy eating meat. Oh, so Steve should have clipped it. Whenever you saw her do that, that would have been a good clip. You could have surprised me with the clip. All laugh together. And it would have been all because Sister T clipped it.
Nation, but grocery prices are again going up. You can thank bird flu and weather conditions for having less money in your pocket.
The Labor Department reports food prices were up nearly 2% in December over the year before. That was a higher rate than the months previous, and that has some economists concerned the relief we're all hoping for in 2025 may be harder to come by. CBS News Miami's Jim Gorcho explains what's behind the increase.
It's going to take a little while.
So expensive.
Oh, man.
No matter where
they want
you
it to
live
happen
in
instantly.
South Florida,
these fucking people.
or where you shop for groceries, you are paying more for food than ever.
It's a little like pricey, especially with like, you know, I had to pull out a loan.
Why are they asking an 18-year-old?
So, you know, having to go grocery shopping and then prices being so high, it's kind of like
is she even 18?
Tie down on certain groceries.
A generation ago, student Sophia Pereira's age didn't have to worry about grocery prices or
that girl's buying groceries with her allowance.
But now,
I want a family in the future, so I'm not only going to have to buy grocery shop for myself, but grocery shop for my family. And you know, it's kind of heavy, you know. It's a lot.
They say it's going to be harder for us because of the inflation.
He's not wrong. Food prices rose 28% in 5 years.
In 5 years,
5% a year. Most salaries just
pre-COVID
can't keep
prices.
Very few households have seen pay go up at a faster pace than that 5%.
And that's just for food.
You know, it'd be one thing if food was the only area where we were seeing inflation, it would have a limited impact on the household budget, but it's not.
Greg McBride is a chief financial analyst for Bankrate.
A lot of the economizing steps that households can take, they've already taken because this inflation isn't new.
He says there was some optimism in 2024 because food prices moderated some. But the end of the year gave us new reason to keep a closer eye on our wallets.
We actually saw food prices, and particularly food at home costs, increase at an outsized pace. And so,
it's a green
from
screen.
a household budget standpoint, it's kind of like, here we go again, with those prices going up on top of the increasing cost of everything else.
Supply issues, weather, disease, and even overseas events all impact what we pay for our groceries here. But even with the uncertainty, Pereira has hope.
I do hope, you know, we don't have to pay $6 for a carton of eggs or $5 for a gallon of milk. So, you know, I do hope prices go down eventually.
We all do, and you just heard Greg McBride say that most of us have exhausted all
Asking,
means of
dude, that
saving
girl doesn't
money.
even know what
But
prices
just
were
in
like
case you have
before.
yet to incorporate
She was in
some of those
middle
tips,
school.
Remember, you can shop around. Different stores have
stupid.
different deals, and you can
Hey,
always
let's
stock
ask
up on
this
certain
18-year-old what
items
she
that can
thinks
save you
about the
money
food
in
prices.
the long run. Remember to check paper and digital
I know,
coupons.
their food
That's a
prices,
great way of
they're
saving
expensive. I
some
don't like them. I wish it was
additional
free like
cash. And
they
of
were
course,
back
make
home.
a meal list and a meal
My
plan
parents
for your
still pay for the
weekly
food.
meals, and then bring
Everything's
leftovers with
expensive
you
now.
for lunch. And shopping for produce that's in season is always a cheaper option. Reporting in Doral, Joe Gorcho, CBS News Miami.
Well, that was my lunch.
3 of them. And in one case,
You
there's
sign more.
massive amounts of fentanyl, killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. The country is back, and it's a...
What the hell is wrong with these news agencies that can't freaking start when it starts? It doesn't start either when it starts.
Trillions of dollars of assets that we need to
They all.
manage.
He's already signed it at that
For
point.
the benefit.
Mexico's president responding.
Buenos días a todos.
Buenos días a
Siempre
todas.
vamos a mantener el diálogo.
Wait
Es
a second.
fundamental en la
You're not
relación
speaking
entre
English to
México y el
us?
gobierno de los Estados
The
Unidos. Y hay esta mesa
disrespect.
de diálogo. Y tenemos plan A, plan B, plan C para lo que decida el gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Ahora es muy importante que sepa el pueblo de México que siempre vamos a defender la dignidad de nuestro pueblo. Que siempre vamos a defender el respeto a nuestra
Was that
soberanía
right?
y
Respecto.
un diálogo como iguales, como siempre lo hemos mencionado, sin subordinación.
Cool head.
esperar,
You definitely don't have a cool
siempre he
head.
dicho, con la cabeza
Those are words, but you don't
fría.
have no coolness of your headness.
La radio.
Cartel. You better do what the cartel says, right, bitch? That's the only reason she's still alive. Dude, everybody else is dead because they ran for election and they wouldn't do what the cartel wanted to.
Welcome back. We do have breaking news in Orange County right now.
100 people died in that presidential election. It's insanity how many people were assassinated. It should be world
Overhead in
news.
Skyfox.
It should be. We should talk about it every day. Every time she's on the news, we should talk about it. It's that crazy,
block of Pacific
right?
Coast Highway. 9th Ave is the cross. Laguna
Look at that
Beach is
shit.
where we're at. You can see right there where some of that hillside definitely came down this
Y'all knew about that,
afternoon.
right?
Now,
Y'all knew.
first
Everybody
responders,
knows.
they
You gotta
are
know.
concerned. They don't have any reason to believe, but this is something that they always have to consider, is that there may have been
Everybody must
somebody
know.
injured or hurt underneath all of that.
Oh
That's
my
the reason why you
God.
see that large response down there, and they also are keeping an eye on that hillside.
They were probably jackhammering something in the
But
basement.
you can really see what kind of just collapsed out here.
Oh
Now,
no,
was
never
this due
mind.
to
That's a
rain
nice
recently
walkway.
or
Look at that. What the
something else? Well,
fuck?
that's for
It
somebody
was
else
just
to
like
figure out.
on the
But you can see
edge.
there was a
Look at this
walkway that takes some of the
crazy ass
property
walkway.
owners down to that private beach down there. That also collapsed in
I tell
this
you what,
mudslide and along
this-
with somebody's backyard as well.
This yesterday, people were just they were just like running down it and shit. You know what I'm saying? Not thinking like, oh, this is a great view, guys. Oh yeah, this is nothing gonna happen here. Boom. That's how quick some shit can happen. Man, dude, that's scary. Like the plane crash yesterday. That's how quickly someone can die. And
Also
doing some regular.
in this mudslide and along with somebody's
beautiful
backyard as well.
walkway,
All of
though.
it coming down there onto that beach. Rescue boat out here as well. You can see some of those first responders still out here. But right now the concern is the loose dirt on the hillside. They don't want to have anybody else walking around down there and have something else fall down. But again, this is definitely a landslide that just happened out here in the Laguna Beach area.
that water.
The fire department, they're here on scene. No injuries as we understand it. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
Oh my
Dude,
gosh,
I
those
did-
stairs, you just see them gone. No access there anymore for
did
now.
a window
That's
delivery.
That is very visual.
for labor ready. I was looking for a place
Well, the
with
good
labor
thing
ready.
is, as you mentioned, Stu, there are no injuries to report right
The
now, but
Laguna
they're
Beach.
definitely surveying the scene right there, the land. Hopefully no one was anywhere near that area, right?
And his window was massive, dude. It was so heavy for two of us to get it up to where we needed to get it. But the guy's house, it was being built. His garage had a lift where his Ferrari would be able to be like he would drive onto the lift from the garage and it would be and there were windows to where you could see it from like the kitchen and the living room or some shit. I never seen something like that on cribs or anything like that before. But somebody had it out here in this area. Like look at it like it's a work of art while you're making breakfast or something. I forget which you could see it from. Maybe both the living room and the kitchen, but. Joy Reid. So Trump didn't include oil, right? On Mexico and Canada. Gosh. High. Yeah, not as bad as Long Beach. As high as Long Beach. Lou's about to be having a great day. Isn't he? Already having a great day. Hilarious. Why do they have them anyway? It's so stupid. Man, what the heck? If we can't tell if they're a man or a woman. Oh, that's right, because gender is different than sex. I forgot that part. Yeah, some people believe that. They can have a penis and just call themselves a woman. I forgot we used to live in that world. Yeah. Wow. You can't have it. No, you had your food. No, you had it. Yo. I really should probably put something out for Trident, though. I'm surprised she hasn't come by to at least sniff the food. Throw all that away. Oh, maybe Trident's okay today. Maybe she is indeed. Oh, there is oil and gas tariffs.
John, a number of headlines flying right now out of the Oval Office where President Trump is speaking with reporters. We're reading these off of the wires as they're coming. So what we're learning now is that President Trump says nothing can forestall those tariffs from taking effect on Canada, Mexico, and China sometime tomorrow. It'll be 25% on Canada and Mexico and 10% on goods imported from China. On oil and gas specifically,
the potato chips.
Oil, there will be an exception here. The tariff on Canadian oil will be down to 10% instead of 25%. He also said that broadly he's looking at imposing oil and gas tariffs by February 18th. And then he's talking a lot about tariffs overall. He mentioned steel, aluminum, copper, pharmaceuticals, and the entire European Union as where he's considering future tariffs, though no specifics on those just yet. And then a couple other topics coming up here as well, John, in addition to the tariffs. He did meet earlier today with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. Trump calls him a gentleman, said they had a great meeting. We know that they were talking about artificial intelligence policy and that it was meant to be a sort of introductory meeting between the two men. So Trump saying now it was a good meeting and we can potentially get more on that as well. John?
I'll let somebody else do that. I do appreciate you. Thank you, Sister T. Sister T came through with the $30 freaking because the rest of y'all are just not ever going to help out. It's just me and Sister T over here buying the food. Thank you so much, Sister T. Okay, Ted gave me a couple bucks. I'll give Ted. Ted bought 2 cans. I forgot. Thank you, Ted. All of you. Oh, what are they chipping into you or something? How is it from all of you? I'm not downgrade. I'm not dismissing you, Ted. I wanted to give you credit. That is like, dude, you're doing more than 99% of everyone else comes to your Ted. So thank you for your help. I mean, if everybody that came here gave $1, that would be like probably half a case of cat food. Okay, so now it makes me feel even more like I should put some fresh food out for Trident real fast. I didn't know that was there. I need to put it on the board. Market Sparky. It's a league game. Give me a second. Every little thing. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sister T. I do appreciate it. Way more than just the dono. You're cornerstone of the community, especially here on Kitty Cam. You know, I wish I would have had the hours. I think I'm gonna do a weekly hour thing here too, but like, I wish I could tell how many hours you've been here on this channel. Below, I don't know exactly, but I do appreciate how much you help out around here. I did start a week. I think I'm gonna reset this other one weekly. I need to change the name of it though. So like Secret Hours or something. See how Streamlabs has a running one now that's got different times. They put the 10th place position in the top. I can do this weekly and do like a weekly points thing for the top points for the week. The top times for the week or something. Times for a week. But thank you all for being here, just hanging out with us, even if you don't have $1. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna put out some fresh, just in case Trident comes through, because you know she just had her kittens. I feel terrible. She comes through and just snips the plate. She's gonna be in a hurry. Okay. All right. Let's get that out on a tray. Now they should smell that. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, kitty, kitty, come on, kitty. Come on. So you're in here now. Out of here. I did get an impulse buy of pomegranate juice. It was like a third off right now. $9 normally, it was like $6 something. I'm gonna be pomegranate juiced out of my mind. The carrot juice is still on sale too, so I bopped that. Boppity bop. The kombucha no longer on sale. Glad it's stocked up. I still got like 5 more cans of it. Yeah, and I got some more of that sparkling. Dude, that sparkling coconut, dude, there's something about it. I like it. Bubbly coconut. It tastes. It's the same exact coconut water, but with carbonation in it. Sweet. I've been splurging on like sweet drinks rather than getting alcohol. So I'm not saving a ton of money, not drinking alcohol. Because I was already not getting the expensive bottles at the end there. But drinking something healthier. Eat. Eat. I got these little mini cheesecake things. I forgot about those. They were on manager's discount. Oh, and I got a tub of peanut M&Ms, Bumbaclad. They don't always have those. A little bit better. Oh, they don't have that at Costco. I had to get that from Amazon. I still got plenty of it left. Linty cornucopia. I spent a grip though So I get my credit cards paid off one day. I just swipe it on the card, baby. But I'm always looking for the deal. I'm not just like swiping my card on shit. Like, I stocked up on stuff. Like, for instance, they had garlic and jalapeno stuffed olives, the jumbo ones. Manager's discount, $3.97, so $4 a jar. I went ahead and got 5 of those bad boy. I know I'll eat those. They didn't like the asparagus that I'll get tired of. Man. I wish I wouldn't have got tired of the asparagus, dude. I still got like 20 boxes of it. What should I do with this, sister? Take it to the food bank. It's a month out expiration. They're probably still fine. I think they're still fine, but oh, maybe even more than 20. I'm not sure. Hopefully only 20. Back there and count them. I still have over 2 cases of Monster crackers too. Can you believe that? It's almost gonna be Easter again. I'm still stocked up. Well, Sissy, I'm gonna need you to start eating 2 pouches per meal, and then I'm gonna send them to you. Your pee's gonna be rank. 2 pouches a day, and no, 2 pouches a meal. That's what the doctor ordered. You have your colonoscopy done, and the doctor's like, "Ma'am, you need to stop eating so much asparagus. I can tell you're doing that." Like, it does something. It does something. You have like asparagus streaks. Every colonoscopy doctor knows. What's the thing? Ma'am, I think I see the problem here. Too much asparagus. There really should be a warning label on those things. Man, that was a baby bowl. What are we doing right now? Get on them mids. You're kitty. I always feel like this load off my chest, shoulders, or whatever whenever I get Costco out of the way. Costco out of the way. I got plenty of cat food, plenty of cat litter. I got half a tank of gas in the car. We got water for days. I got emergency water even right now. Eggs. Oh baby, so many eggs. 2 dozen eggs. I'm ready for Armageddon. And it just happened right now while I'm ready. I got 1.5 cases of MREs ready to guzzle. Oh yeah. What else do I got? Olives. I I got so many olives, I can start putting them in my ass. What else? 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 Cheese! I got cheese. I got cheese. Sandwiches and turkey. A little sliced turkey, baby. Gotta put it on the sandwich. 2 pieces of cheese on the outside. A little Japanese mayo, maybe. A freshly ground peppercorn onto the turkey. Ow! You know what I'm talking about. Dude, what else did I get? I need to see the receipt. Actually, that's spent a lot. I want to see if she screwed up on it.
When you hear the rhythm, start to move.
Oh, the mini cucumbers, the peppers, right? Get off me. I got the bread, kettle chips, trash bags, quart Ziploc freezer bags, paper plates, 2 things of paper. Oh man, I thought they were on sale. Them buggers got me. They got me good. They had the not on sale shit next to the on sale shit. It's all good. Need paper plates anymore. Damn, they got me. Stop! Everything's on a toy because it crinkles in my hand. Damn it though, this song is pushing me over the edge. No. Motherfucker, I thought they were half the price that they were, so. That's what got so expensive. Why did this have to start sucking? Nope. Nope, everything on this fucking album sucks. Yeah, that's what it was, dude. It was the fucking paper plates that I thought were like 11 and they were 20 each package. That's one.
No time, gotta go. Left out and me my song.
Shit Sucks album. Lyrics, so it's gonna suck. Here, do this one. Sorry. Who the fuck is NTSB, dude? Why are we doing this already with somebody's name? Oh, NTSB? Nah. NTSB is a fucking joke, dude. Remember with the Baltimore ship shit? They didn't tell us anything. Fuck them. They're gonna be different now? The new administration's NTSB? Yeah, we went on and we looked at stuff, but we can't really tell them anything. Yeah, I'm sorry. They're gonna be like, yeah, from what we tell is the chopper turned in and the plane turned in, they crashed into each other. Yeah, we don't know why though. We're still looking into it. I bet that's what happens. Let me know, Bill. Desensitized the crazy shit happening now. I don't even care. It happened yesterday, feels like it happened last month. Or it happened 2 days ago, it feels like it happened last month, but still. Fucking crazy that this can be playing with Dr. Disrespect and only having 94 people watching it. That's wild. Meanwhile, Dr. Disrespect's got like 15,000 watching him at the same time. That's crazy. It's like kind of crazy. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know, it doesn't really work. Does it? It's so hard to grow in this world. I guess because he's playing PUBG though. Three-quarters of the Bureau was investigating January 6th. That's what MSNBC is saying.
Some new reporting that has broken since we've been on the air. It's something we've covered for years on this program, and it's happening. It can only be described as the start of a massive, much larger than expected purge at the FBI of FBI agents and officials. Many of them, in one way or another, touch the investigations into Donald Trump. Sources telling NBC News this: the Office of Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove asked the FBI for a list of Bureau employees involved in January 6 cases, sparking panic inside the Bureau by people who fear retribution by the Trump administration amidst an ongoing purge of FBI leadership. Meanwhile, my colleague, NBC's Ken Delanian, reports that several top FBI executives were told to resign or be fired, and that the purge includes more than 20 heads of FBI field offices, including those in Miami and Washington, D.C. Joining our coverage, former U.S. Attorney and former Deputy Assistant Attorney General Harry Litman. Also joining us, NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. Ryan, I've got your reporting in front of me, but why don't you share it with our audience?
Yeah, this is something I've been sort of chasing all day. Yeah. It's tough because there's so many, rumors and a lot of worry being spread within the Justice Department, within the FBI. So there's this community, obviously, of all of these people who work these January 6 cases, on the FBI side, on the DOJ side. And so what we can report is that there was this request for this, list of all of these individuals who worked on January 6 cases, and that's something that the Washington field office has cooperated with thus far. The issue here is that it's such a large list, and so the question is, how are they going to figure out who they're going to be focused on and potentially targeting here, right? Because it's just so many people within the Bureau. This was the largest investigation in FBI history in terms of number of defendants. You're talking about over 1,500 defendants overall, and this touched basically every field office in the country. And some field offices were a lot more enthusiastic about these cases, frankly, than others, because there was a lot of skepticism about these cases within the Bureau, and there was some, I think, tension between the FBI and DOJ and the Washington field office and other field offices across the country over the handling of these cases overall. And but there are these.
How was that?
So I think there's a span. And the Washington field office and other field offices across the country over the handling of these cases overall.
Somebody took a drink. You can hear them take a drink and set the cup down, and they choke on it.
But there are these country over the handling
of DOJ and
the Washington field office and other field offices across the country over the handling of these cases overall. And but there are so I think there's a span of this. The Washington field office and other field offices across the country over the handling of these cases overall. And but there are so I think there's a span of this, right? Because there are people who were very vaguely involved in at one point one January 6 case, and then there's people who were really in the weeds, and January 6 was their main focus. And I think those are the people probably have the most to worry about in the coming days over whether or not they're basically just going to be fired or targeted based on what we've seen at headquarters thus far and coming out of the Justice Department so far. But if you were to go after everybody who
why do we need
January
FBI?
6 case, I had one former official say that would be like 3/4 of the Bureau, basically, because a lot of people were involved with this on one stage.
I guess we need,
those
but
cases
maybe not
range from those very low-level cases, sort of those misdemeanor cases that were of the most controversy, all the way up to seditious conspiracy. But the more common one was those
track down all these
charges that were really common, those AFO charges. And even people who were skeptical of the Justice Department's handling of those overall were behind those cases, and I think most of the American public would be too. When you have a cop getting beat by a rioter, that's something that most people say that should be something that's prosecuted by the federal government. So
yeah, but most of the people that were prosecuted weren't that. Most of them were just people that walked in and were in there for like 15 minutes and walked out, and that's what they get. That's what they got them on, and they were able to get them for years. For just doing that.
Details are really
and they were letting them in at that point. They were like, come on in. Y'all want to check it out? Right on this way. Let me show you where Nancy Pelosi's office is. Yeah, it's right here.
End up focusing on, Nicole, about as they go about sort of this ongoing purge of FBI leadership, and we'll see how far it's going to trickle down into the rank and file of the FBI.
Ryan Riley, I want to make sure I got this down as you said it. 3/4 of the Bureau touched these cases in one way or another?
Yeah, I think that was a rough estimate, right, from a former official. But that's when you're talking about the scope of this, right? In every field office, when you do an arrest, for example, that's a lot of people who are just involved in that arrest directly, right? So there might be somebody who's actually handling this case, who's actually championing one case going forward. But then when you actually go to execute that arrest, you need a bunch of officials involved in that. So then, when you're talking about the paperwork here, there's a lot of names on a lot of these documents. That you're talking about the intelligence analysts who might have been involved with it as well, because obviously. everything has to be turned over in discovery. So those are all names that would be required to be turned over to.
Knows I'm going out. She runs to the door so that I have to move her.
Let's take the case, the only ongoing cases involving a January 6th defendant who actually was convicted of plotting to murder FBI agents who investigated him, and that was a jury in Tennessee that convicted him of that separately. That case is still ongoing, although his defense attorney is representing that Donald Trump's pardon should apply to that conduct as well, even though that was conduct that was performed way after January 6th when he plotted to murder the FBI employees. But that case, for example, just comes to mind because that involved, I remember, a large number of FBI employees, and when they turned over those documents, it was a lot of names that were associated with that, because in the discovery process, you've got to turn all of those names over. So even if there's only sort of this passing involvement in one of these cases, your name's going to be on those documents. So that list of people who were involved in January 6 cases at the FBI is really long.
Harry Littman, Kash Patel has said in a podcast, if we have it, the control room will tell me, that he wanted to turn the FBI into a deep state museum. If you wanted to do that, one of the steps you might consider is eliminating, quote, 3/4 of the Bureau that touched January 6 cases.
Yeah, that would certainly help, wouldn't it? And the timing here is a little strange when Patel hasn't been confirmed. But look, just start with breadth. It is everything that Ryan says. So if it's not 3/4, let's say it's just half. But remember, 1,500 people, they are still looking for some of them. So the possibility for one agency or another to be tagged with serving a warrant or interviewing a witness to try to find out all over the country with this investigation, the largest in DOJ history, is extreme. And by the way, if it's anything like this, the implications for us, for citizens, of 20 special agents in charge being eliminated, all the things they do, public corruption for starters, but street crime, everything. So it's a body blow to everybody in the country. But I really want to say, even if the breadth were much smaller, as it seems to be in DOJ, a single agent being fired because he or she did their job as they were supposed to do, and in fact here under the direction of the Department of Justice, is just a complete stake in the heart of what the FBI and DOJ are supposed to be about. And it's not just those who get hurt, as Ryan reported, and I've spoken to people already within the FBI. People are alarmed, completely nervous, wondering what to do. So you have a whole workforce, even if it weren't half the FBI involved, that is completely sort of frozen and paralyzed. This is so short-sighted and so damaging for public justice in general.
Stop it! Hey, right over here started clawing at the chair.
Don't we? The first part, we look at the articles. Go on, get in there. I'm going to meet you at final article number 4,984. As our tradition, we always look at the last article from the last time that we were together.
So easily,
because that was the last thing that we left off. Beer. And we want to see where we're at now. The last time we were together was on Tuesday, I believe the 28th. 3 days has gone by, and here we are. Oh, and by the way, who was that? Let me go back here real quick. Give me a second. I think it was Rebecca Hill. Rebecca Hill, thank you kindly for your financial contributions. Red Dirt, thank you kindly for your financial contribution. If anybody wants to help us with a financial contribution, we accept it humbly. One of the things that I've learned is that when a person wants to give somebody a gift, You shouldn't turn it down.
What?
And the reason why is because, yeah, they're trying to give you something, make you happy. But in all honesty, by giving you a gift, they are honoring God.
Oh, I see what he's doing there.
I don't ever want to prevent somebody from honoring God in a fashion like that.
And guys, remember that
these donations
when you
are
give
used
me
to
a
help
gift,
people, and we appreciate that tremendously.
you're honoring God.
Oh, and by the way, with that in mind, before I continued with our study, I want to
Nothing
thank,
here is financial advice.
Normally, I thank those that helped us, but the last time we were together on Tuesday, we had so
I know I
much
dress like a pimp.
that my brain was filled and my
But
body
that
was
just goes to
hurting
show how
and it
much
was
money
time
I
to
need.
leave. But I forgot to say thank you. For those of you that,
How else
that
am I gonna keep
contributed
dressing like
last
this?
week, or not last week, excuse me, Tuesday, Victor Abdul.
With all my pins and shit.
Boy,
These aren't free. You think these pins are free?
Right, your name correctly, brother. Victor Abdul.
You think
thank
these
you
military
very much.
pins?
Bus driver, Charla.
Even though I was never in the military, do you think they were free?
Gotcha. Sunshine RV Travelers, Howard
All
Crockett,
about the military. My dad was
Hill,
in the military, so I got to put the pins on.
Dirt, Donnie Inman, thank you for your contributions from the last time that we were together. In fact, I'm going to reread these names when we finish tonight.
He doesn't even have his shit
Alrighty,
mirrored,
family,
so the words and numbers in the background are
Our
backwards.
study tonight will be bifurcated. We're going to look at two things. Number one, we're going to look at these articles. Number two, we're going to look at what my teams in Iraq, Eddie and his gang, have to share with us. Now, we also normally give you a walking sticks report. No, I'm going to take that away, and we're going to concentrate on Eddie's report. Now, the reason why is, well, let's get started and look at the article, because that's going to kick us off and launch us into...
You guys will get rich without me, okay? They're still giving an update. They're still... Right now, this very second, they're updating. Dude, why am I getting recommended this weird shit? Look at this. I don't watch anything like this. Fucking chicks sleeping. I'm never into this. But yeah, YouTube every now and then is like, hey, are you sure you're not into that? I see you clicked on it last time because you were like, what the fuck is that? And so maybe you might. Wait. I see that I look at it because it's so weird that I'm like, what is going on here over here? Black Hawk expert breaks down a helicopter route taken just before death. I don't think he knows. He doesn't know what he's putting off that he knows. He doesn't know enough for me, buddy. I just know me. Gotta get his knowledge base up there, buddy. What's he know, huh? What does he know that he's type of route expert or something? You know, the routes. Routes. All I care about is what color were they and if it was a female. That's all I care about. I don't give a shit about the routes. Okay? I want to know who was the pilots. Who was piloting that fucking helicopter? Let's get that out the way. Because it seems like Trump knows something about either who was in the air traffic control seat or who was in the helicopter pilot's position. One of the two. He knows about something because he's talking about DEI shit. He would know before anybody else, before the family even knows if it was a black person, a Mexican person, or whatever. I'm pretty sure he would be able to get that information even if the family doesn't have it yet. And as far as we need to know, who is this guy, the air traffic controller that was in charge? Why can't we see who he is? Is he retarded? Huh? I need to know. Is he a little retarded? Are we going to see him and be like, oh, what the fuck? This guy was the guy? Whoa, what is he doing in there? He's definitely weird. He's going to end up on Predator posters one day. Like, you know what I'm saying? If he's just acting like fucking mildly retarded and like he likes little kids type shit. But if like, we need to see him talk in public to see what's going on. Because why would Trump say that? I would really like to know. I'd like this guy to come forward and be like, hey, I'm the air traffic controller he's talking about. I'm not fucking retarded. Huh? Right? Wouldn't you want to clear your name if you were that guy? Because it's pretty much like Trump's calling him retarded. That meeting yesterday. DI is the cause of it, and he kept talking a lot about how we need smart people in air traffic controller. We need smart people. We're gonna have different going forward. So it's kind of like, so where is that guy? Why is he hitting TikTok? Like, hey guys, I'm the air traffic controller. I'm damn good at my job. I've been doing this for 10 years now. I know what I'm doing. Like he's like, you can tell easily that he's special needs or some shit. That'd be crazy. No, but what if he actually, what if Trump knows something and the guy actually is, he should have been like a Walmart bag checker, or no, a Walmart greeter. You don't want them at the bag checker. They get a little overzealous with their powers. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, I'm going to see overseas. I used to be air traffic controller, sir. You know, I'm going to need... I used to be an air traffic controller. You've got a whistle. I'm allowed to make fun of retarded people. I'm not going to get into it. We'll just leave it at that, okay? I earned it. You ever in a short bus before? They have seat belts. What does the regular bus have seat belts? Seems like a bit more safe. Are they too expensive? And I gotta beat 'em, baby. Ow. Well, how did you do? You didn't say, hey, retard, hurry up with my groceries, did you? What did you do? Were you like talking to the manager like, hey, you're a retarded employee to give me back the right amount of change? What the fuck do you do with smuggle? What are you doing? I want to play with a lighter. Sweet Pete. Hey, no. Hey, all right, sis T. I might switch it up to the other side. I PUBG it up. Friday night should be a lot of people on. Thanks again for your generosity, support, camaraderie, companionship. Safe travels. Hope you get something nice. Get something tasty. Would be dude, I just got look at this shit. This is wild. I just got recommended. You see my shirt, right? It's got that. It says I just got recommended the recap to this show, and I've apparently never played it. I had to have played it from here before. That's interesting. The trip though. I see my shirt on the screen. Doesn't happen very often. Slushy. That's me right there. Can you tell that's me now that I have the beard? That's my friend. That's the first day we met. Pretty cool show. Chile. Survived it. It was sold out too, so there were like 10,000 people there. There are people all the way up here still. Yeesh. Getting out of there though. Getting out of there. The state that I was in was fucking scary. Oh my gosh. My tires were like hockey pucks. I had summer tires on already. The all-wheel drive saved my ass. More for that, I don't know. I'd have probably slid off the side of the mountain. Yes, man. Talks. Oh, YouTube's trying to talk to me. Well, there's one of the people from the
The military community also mourning the loss of 3 soldiers who died aboard that Black Hawk helicopter. We are learning more about those on board during that deadly air crash. Our Chad Ricardo joining us from the newsroom tonight with those details. Hey, Chad.
That's right, guys. And as we know, it was a United States Army UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter that collided in midair with American Airlines Flight 5342 at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport on Wednesday night. There was a 3-person crew on board the helicopter. Fox 5 has more information on 2 of them. Chief Warrant Officer Andrew Lloyd Eves of Great Mills, Maryland. Eves was 39 years old at the time and served in the U.S. Navy from August 2007 to September 2017. Then transitioned to a UH-60 pilot for the regular Army from September 2017 up until present day. Eves' awards include Army Commendation Medal 3 times over, Navy Commendation Medal, Army Achievement Medal, Navy Achievement Medal 3 times, the Navy E-Ribbon X2, and the Navy Good Conduct Medal 3 times as well, and that's just to name a few. Staff Sergeant Ryan Austin O'Hara of Lilburn, Georgia, was 28 years of age and served as a UH-60 helicopter repairer in the regular Army from July 2014 to present day. He successfully deployed to Afghanistan from March 2017 to August 2017. His awards include Army Commendation Medal with C device, Army Commendation Medal, and the Army Achievement Medal.
How long was he in Afghanistan?
To the UH-60 helicopter repairer in the regular Army from July 2014 to present day. He successfully deployed to Afghanistan from March 2017 to August 2017. His awards include Army Commendation Medal with C device, Army Commendation Medal, and the Army Achievement Medal, Army Good Conduct Medal 3 times over, and that is, of course, amongst others. At the request of the family, the name of the 3rd soldier will not be released at this time.
What?
This is a developing story, and as we find out more information in regard to the 3rd soldier, we will provide that for you.
That's whack, dude. That's whack. Yep. I don't know. That's weird that they're not giving the 3rd one. What? I thought you said last night it was confirmed that one of them was a female. Oh my God. Roland Martin's still talking about MAGA.
We have so much more happening at the Rutgers Center for Minority Serving Institutions. We can't.
Go to startengine.com. It's time.
Martin Unfiltered streaming for HBCUs. That is the federal freeze on funds. So they start included HBCUs serving just. Are y'all aware that 93% of all airline pilots in America are white? Yeah, 93%.
Okay.
So check this out. This is not just the issue here. You also have what took place at Rutgers University. We discussed that earlier this week, where there was supposed to be an HBCU.
You can't make everybody be a Tuskegee Airman
there, but they canceled that particular conference in response to Donald Trump's DEI orders. And so I'm going to pull this story up here. And so what happened is they had this conference, but as a result, let's see here. Go to my iPad. Give me a second. I want to show this to you because I want you to understand, folks, how far-reaching what's going on here. And so here it is, right here. You had this conference supposed to take place, and Rutgers Center for Minority Serving Institutions said in part, while this setback is, come on, go to my iPad, guys. Thank you. While this setback is disappointing, We have so much more happening at the Rutgers Center for Minority Serving Institutions, and we can't wait to engage with you in the future. Yeah, but you cancel the conference. Now, here's what's also happening. In Indiana, the MAGA Republican in Indiana has chosen not to put funds in the state budget for predominantly black university, Martin University. It was very short-lived. They're the only predominantly black institution in Indiana. They got state funding a couple of years ago, $5 million for the private university. But as this story says here, Republican Governor Mike Braun left the university out of his proposed 2025-2027 budget. And Gregory Porter, a Democrat there, said, "I won't mince my words. It's racist." He said, "We never saw it coming." Joining us now is North Carolina Congresswoman Alma Adams. Congresswoman, are you still the co-chair of the HBCU caucus in the House?
I am indeed,
and we have
a lot of work to do, and I agree with the gentleman. It is racist. And it's
You're
just so
racist, bitch. Your titties are racist.
HBCUs, everybody is kind of up in arms now. Our chancellors, our presidents. What's happening with this president? He's putting our HBCUs in harm's way. Our schools are vital to our communities, and we just need to make sure that people continue to understand that. We're talking about HBCUs who are the engines of opportunity. First generation students get their shot here at our schools.
College,
we're training the next
generation
that many
of teachers, doctors, kids going to college. I mean,
where the
kids in general
can be strengthened.
Like really,
and yes, we can do the work
college,
in airports and air traffic control.
College is dying
and all
out
of that,
anyway.
Because our students are competent. They're qualified. And that's what our schools do. We're in a tough spot right now in terms of our schools with this fund, with the freezes that they put. At least the comments from the president that he's going to freeze them. I don't understand. First of all, laws are not made in the White House. Executive orders are not laws, and so the Congress has already put our budget together. We've already determined where the appropriations would go. The president's responsibility through the various agencies is to do what Congress has set forth. So, everybody's nervous about it, but I do think that while I don't know what the judge is going to do on Tuesday, I think that's when they're going to determine whether or not the freeze is going to go forward or whether they're going to pull back on it. But certainly it's putting our schools, everybody is on edge right now. No university should be stuck waiting on Washington to do the right thing. I mean, we're talking about schools that educate nearly 300,000 students a year.
Why is it Washington's job to keep the fucking college afloat?
Lawyers and doctors and engineers
this is
and
confusing.
So forth. So when we invest in HBCUs, we are investing in America, period.
They depend on the federal government to stay alive.
And I made this point the other night talking to Leslie Baskerville. When I said HBCUs, they're like PWIs in that if you want to go there, you can apply. You can, and so you can go to a Morgan State, a North Carolina A&T, a Howard University, whether you are white, black, Latino, Asian,
Why would
Native
you want
American.
to go there if you were
they
anything
have
but
academic
black?
programs. They confer degrees. You have HBCU students who compete against PWIs in robotics competitions, debate competitions, and all sorts of things. But what they're really saying is that if all they see is the B in HBCU, most of these white folks in the Trump administration, they ain't never even been to an HBCU, haven't walked on the campus, haven't talked to anybody, but all they see is black.
So it's
and
going to
what
eat very
they are
fast.
doing is, what they're speaking to is, in their minds, they say, oh, black, you're inferior. They're saying, also the white women, you're inferior. They're classifying anybody who's not a heterosexual white male, you are inferior. That's what they are driving home with all of these attacks.
And you know what? The president is, he is certainly fueling this fire. And all you have to do is look at the administration that he's putting together. You're exactly right.
Grossly unqualified white people.
That's exactly right. You know, when they talk about we want people who are competent, the majority of the folks that they're looking at, they don't have credentials, they're not qualified, certainly they're not competent. And I just think it's too bad that what Donald Trump is spewing out is filtering all over this country, and people are buying into it, including corporate America. I mean, it's just amazing to me when you talk about the schools and folks pulling back on their programs that provide diversity. All of that is in the Constitution. You know, I mean, diversity is what makes us who we are, makes us great. But I think it's just pretty incredible. And of course, we're looking at beginning of Black History Month. And so he wants to take all of the history out of the school. So I just wonder, are they going to really pass that proclamation? Is he going to sign it? But it's really a slap in the face, considering the contributions to this country that our HBCUs have made, and DEI.
She ate that fast.
Some people still don't understand. HBCUs were founded for the purpose of educating kids that look like me and you, because why? We couldn't go anywhere else. Those doors were close to us. And we were educated during a time in history founded the early 1800s all the way to 1964.
Well, that's why your colleges are fucking racist now, lady. They were needed at one point during segregation because we had to, like, we wanted y'all to get smarter, apparently, even though you're segregated. And now that you're not segregated, y'all want to keep the shit going. You're saying people can come there, but who the hell would want to do that? It'd be so uncomfortable for me. I was hoping I would see her leaving.
We have been about education, about workforce development, economic growth. We've trained our scientists, business leaders. We have just been about even the national security experts. So it's not about checking a box with us. It's about making sure that our country stays strong in terms of economics.
We can have a historical white college and university. Bullshit. What would that be? Yale? We could be Yale. All the Ivy League colleges, we're going to call those the historical white ones. How about that? Can we do that? That'd be sweet. Why not? Weren't they, though?
Terms of business and everything else. So
why do they want to hold on to it, but we can't hold on to it?
The lights on.
We had historical white ones
HBCUs too. It's about making sure that our schools
we don't have to talk about it all the time, though, and
survive, but
keep it that way.
And so I'm going to continue to be a
we let it change over time into accepting all races.
Right.
Not theirs, not their colleges.
Can attend an HBCU.
They accept all races.
My bill, for example,
remind everybody that they're historically black.
It's about
you're lucky to be
dealing
here.
with the infrastructure primarily on these campuses that are about 200 years old almost. And so it doesn't matter who goes. If you go to our schools and we can get all of the infrastructure and the things.
Can you imagine getting into a fucking verbal argument with some black dude there?
Our faculty have a good place.
It's fucking be stupid.
And a place to work. Then you're going to benefit. And
it doesn't matter. You
can be white, you can be Hispanic. If you go, you're going to benefit. We're going to see. We already know.
You really think that black people want white people to go to their black college? They don't. They love having safe spaces.
When it comes to HBCU funding,
not only if they get to say it's theirs.
That we've
don't control over the safe
but
space.
The problem today, Congresswoman, is that you got
if you give them the safe space and say that's yours, it's ours.
I mean, they are simply kissing
the butt. Now you're telling them that that's their
Donald
space.
Trump, and they are accepting nearly everything.
Yeah, well, let me just tell you, I do believe that because when you look at our schools and where they are located, not all of our schools are located in Democrat districts. So education is not and should not be a partisan issue. But I believe that we're going to put some people, we're going to put them in the spotlight because a lot of these schools exist in the neighborhoods and the communities and the districts that they represent. So we're gonna see. I mean, I've had some folks to talk to me, Republicans who have indicated, I'm going to stick with HBCUs. We're gonna continue to do what we need to do. So we're going to put them to the test, and we'll see.
All right, Congresswoman Alma Adams, we surely appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ro. Thank you for all you do, my brother. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Folks, again, when we talk about, what their strategy is, we see this continuing to play out. Alina Habba, who is an absolute idiot attorney, she got her butt kicked numerous times in court defending Trump. She gave an interview on Fox News where she was talking about competence and how we don't want lazy, incompetent people. Listen to this sheer stupidity.
J.B. Pritzker, Illinois governor, a Democrat, had a stinging statement. All right, I'm going to read it for you and get your response. Donald Trump is unfit to lead during moments of crisis like this. Before victims have been identified, Trump's blaming people with disabilities. He's blaming the U.S. service members in a Black Hawk helicopter. He's blaming hiring programs he can't even name or offer examples of. The buck stops with him. That he's failing to demonstrate his role as protector of the American people and head of our government. How would you respond in kind on that, Alina?
Well, we're doing strong and big things and very quickly. So they're trying to get their sea legs on their new narrative against the Trump administration. That's first. We're seeing that. Let me discuss what President Trump said. He said two things that are not to be conflated, which I continuously hear being conflated. One is DEI is a major problem in this country. We had unqualified people hired through these programs, not on merit, but based on your race or checking a box. That is unacceptable. That's one thing he said. Now, what he said about this case was he was going to find out what happened with these planes. This tragedy is absolutely unacceptable. He has no tolerance for irresponsibility. Intelligent people need to be put in these places. We cannot have sloppy, lazy, and inappropriate hires because American people are going to suffer and die. And that is a result not of frankly, the last administration's irresponsibility. So the two are getting conflated, and that's part of their narrative. Like I said, I've spoken out against left-wing media's spin ad nauseum. But that's what they like to do. Take one thing that he says over here, what Doge is doing, cleaning up and being responsible with taxpayer dollars, and then take a crisis and make it look like he has no compassion. This is a man whose first bill, sitting as the 47th president, was the Laken-Riley bill. The Laken-Riley Act was so important to protect our people. And all he's saying is we need the best of the best, and America has the best of the best.
Okay, we're waiting for answers. Maybe.
Really? Go to my iPad, Anthony. You see this headline in Politico. DEI not to blame in crash, says top Republican overseeing the Federal Aviation Administration. Congressman Sam Graves, the Missouri Republican in charge of overseeing the Federal Aviation Administration in the House, said Friday that diversity initiatives at the agency had nothing to do with a crash between a commercial airplane and an Army helicopter that killed 67 people earlier this week. Nothing. See, Alina Habba sat there and lied.
How does he know? Why isn't the third pilot? Why aren't they being called out who they are? Family doesn't want their name released for some reason.
In terms of these attacks, we know who these people are. We know what they say. We know what they do. See, they want to play this cute little game.
We don't know yet.
And the cute little game is all about,
you asshole.
They don't know what's going on. So here's what's interesting.
He's just got a big head. He's actually an idiot.
The Army has now identified 2 of the 3 soldiers involved in the helicopter crash. This is right here from the U.S. Army.
So he's at least up to date on that. Only 2 of them know.
Now,
only
the parents of these soldiers did this. So look at this here.
Motherfucker, only 2 though.
There was a 3-person crew.
You ain't one yet.
That collided. Staff Sergeant
Nobody's
Ryan
won on
Alton
this.
O'Hara
I mean, to be honest,
of Lilburn, Georgia.
He's trying.
Andrew Lloyd Eves of Great Mills, Maryland. The remains have yet to be recovered. Therefore, duty status, whereabouts is unknown. Yeah, that's Here's a photo right here. Show caption. Will do. This is Andrew Lloyd Eves of Great Mills, Maryland. This is Staff Sergeant Ryan Austin O'Hara of Lilburn, Georgia. DEI hires? Really? One of the fathers of these men said they are sick of what is being said about his son. But
he didn't say it about his son, though.
Racist, and you actually do not care.
He didn't.
Here he is, the father
Directly say
of
it
one of
to
these
his son.
soldiers who was serving this country. Here it is.
I know they've identified one of the pilots, but if the other pilot was a woman, to me, I can't imagine being the parents of that other pilot.
Is
if
it,
she was a girl,
though? Is it,
that,
motherfucker?
Because she's a woman, she was less capable
I
than the
think
man.
she might be.
I can't imagine the
She
horror that
is,
those parents must
though,
be going
you
through.
motherfucker.
I'm hoping that's not the case. I don't know who the
You
other
sound
pilot
gay,
was.
also.
But Ryan, I know Ryan respected
Sorry for
the
your
people
loss,
that he flew with
but
and
you
trusted them with his life.
sound like a Bidener.
And, you know, you don't get to do something in the Army unless you're qualified. You know, you
No, because they've lowered
your spot
standards,
to be moved into
asshole.
the lair, to be put into that helicopter.
Right.
They don't just give it to you.
Yeah,
You
well,
earn it.
when they lower standards, they do,
You
though.
never stop flying. You don't give up on the airplane, and what goes through my mind is I can just see him. I'm not sure if he was pilot flying or he was the pilot not flying on that leg. We trade off. But if he was a pilot flying, he didn't give up all the way to the ground or all the way to the water. He would have been.
We've had a lot of
those
shit
controls and
crashing
trying to
lately,
figure out
dude.
what's going on.
But here you have these four white men standing up there. Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Sean Duffy.
White man.
Pete Hegseth.
Oh, we need to get a black man up there so you
Sitting
can't
here,
talk like the way you're
race-baiting.
talking. Oh, they're race baiting.
But I told y'all what they were doing. Their whole goal. How do you push the buttons?
It was more like talking about the special needs people.
Because see, what white America has decided is that all of the problems in America are because of those people, those unqualified people getting our jobs. This is what Van Lathan said on his podcast on this very issue.
I can see how he's able to use this, though.
To listen to what they're doing, so you can understand that this thing is much deeper than DEI. What I just said, that they are saying to white America, you have not gotten ahead because of them. They have your jobs.
Is that what they're doing?
They have your houses.
That's not what they're doing, though.
That you should have. It's them. Those people.
That's not what they're
those
doing.
Black people.
This is
those
weird,
brown
bro.
people. It's all
No.
because of them. Roll
No.
We say that
Only
DEI
a moron would
is the
think
new
that's what they're
N-word.
saying.
Yeah. It's not the new N-word. It's worse than the N-word. The term DEI right now has become
The retards
worst
took my
slur
jobs.
in American history. It's worse than the N-word. I'm not going to go through a whole diatribe about why the N-word is bad historically and what the N-word has meant historically and in the contemporary sense. What I will say is this, is the term DEI or DEI hire is not just being used to undermine the qualifications, the capability, and the readiness of Black people and women and other people in all of these different sectors. It's not just minimizing them. DEI is placing the blame of all of society's ills at the feet of these people. Mm-hmm. If a fire happens, it's because of DEI. If a plane crash happens, it's because of DEI. Mm-hmm. If we lose a battle, it's because of DEI. There is
Well, if there's a female general in charge, yeah.
allegiance to the white male orthodoxy that this propping up.
White men have done a lot. in the world. They conquered the world. I mean, look at England, what they did, man. In Germany, what they did. It's actually kind of crazy that they were able to do what they did. In America, what they did. White people, hate it or don't. But that's what fucking happened, asshole. It was white people that did that. We're pretty awesome. And to think that all of a sudden y'all can just fill in the spots for white people in the government and in high level positions where white people have normally been in, and it's been running pretty smoothly, and it's just going to keep running smoothly? Well, you're fucking wrong, and we're going to point it out. Well, every time it happens, we're going to be like, well, see, probably shouldn't have done that. Like, look at New Orleans, look at the fires. Like, there's been so many this year that have happened, and it's like, it looks pretty much like DEI, though. Like, you don't even have to say anything. It's just right there.
Of this DEI, anti-DEI agenda is beholden to, that is not just dehumanizing. It seeks to set a cultural and intellectual slavery and caste system that is
They do it to themselves because they want there to be a DEI. The whole DEI thing, yes. Having a DEI causes there to be a caste system. But y'all wanted the shit. We wanted to get rid of it. So now that's the actual caste system? Is us getting rid of it? What the fuck, man? Well, backwards.
By example or by actual happening. The belief that every single thing that goes wrong in American or world society is because white straight males aren't in charge is...
No, it's not always that. No, hold up. No, it's not always that. But it's something to look at. Something like, and especially over the last administration, when they were actually emphasizing DEI hire, they were turning people down that were smarter for DEI hires. As long as they're not doing that, we're good, man. As long as they're doing everything by merit, I'm good with it. Don't incentivize hiring a brown person over a white person if the white person's got the better scores, the better mental, the better physical. Like, why would you do that? Oh, well, we don't have enough black people here. We don't want to look racist. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, no, if the black dude's better than the white dude, get him in there. Sure, his history will show. You can look at like what he's done in his life and be like, okay, yeah, he's as good as the white dude. But oftentimes they're not. Like, look at the fucking fire chief woman who's like, look like, and what was the police chief in New Orleans? It's some old white lady. It's some old white lady, dude. What is that? Like, you just blow her over. Hey, you're under arrest, buddy. You almost knocked me over. You know who I am?
It takes faith and belief and total capitulation to white supremacy to believe that. That means that it doesn't matter what is happening. If that pilot is black, we don't even know.
That's not true.
The particulars.
It's not like that.
We don't even know what happened.
It would not be like that.
But before we even
dude, we had the Tuskegee Airmen. But if there was a female up there, that's different. I'm sorry, that's different. There weren't historically nearly as many female pilots as male pilots. There are probably more black pilots in history than there are female pilots in military. I bet. So yeah, no, I think that pilot is more of a man position. Is that weird? Maybe it's weird.
Before we know who was the air traffic controller.
Because you can't think with emotion. You can't think with emotion when you're a pilot. Everything has to be like you're a fucking robot, pretty much. You know, everything. You gotta be precise, robotic, no emotions, no bleeding, interfering with anything, no cramping, none of that.
Who the pilots were before we know what happened. 67 people dead, laid at the feet of DEI. That means when any black person, any woman, any gay person that is walking around society is a walking disaster, a walking cataclysm, a walking accident, a walking vessel of incompetence. There's no way to defeat that if, in fact, that is something that is believed by the most powerful people in this country.
Dude, there are certain positions that shouldn't be held by maybe even a gay dude shouldn't be on the front lines of war. Probably not, because they're going to be too emotional. Possibly. They already got a mental problem as being too emotional, too sexual. So probably wouldn't be a good pick. But if I were to see them, I don't know, man. Even in a nursing position, I've had one touch my dick before, dude. So I don't know if I can even trust them there. I'm sorry. Gay people might be up to some weird shit. One touched my dick. He lifted my gown at first. Or no, he patted it. He patted it with the gown, and then he lifted up the gown and looked at it, and he walked away whistling. I saw him like a year or two later. He gave me his creepy ass grin in the hallway. It took me a second to realize who the fuck he was. Years later, I went up to the clinic and asked about him, and nobody knew who he was. He wasn't there anymore.
That is going on. Then you have this.
It was after colonoscopy.
Yeah. Crazed, deranged, richest person.
I thought I was out of it or something.
Who is literally running the federal government. It was Elon Musk who forced the FAA administrator to resign. That's a fact. We know that as a fact. Forced him to quit. Now, we have stories coming out where the story came out today where Elon Musk forced out a top Treasury official who said that, and this Treasury official was tasked, one of the few people with the passcodes to the accounts that dispersed some $6 trillion from the federal government. Elon Musk has been sending his engineers in. They have been locking out government employees from being able to access their accounts. Some of them can only access their email. So you have an unelected individual who is literally doing these things. And here's what's even so crazy hilarious about this. I'm going to pull this up for y'all in a second because this was so amazing. The dude gives Trump $250 million. He rigs the election for Trump. He rigged the election. Of course, he is in control of Twitter. So he was driving and pushing all of this.
This guy's like the Black Alex Jones
during the election. But here's what's hilarious. This is what Elon Musk tweeted out himself. This is the critical battle to restore power to the people from the massive unelected bureaucracy. If your elected representatives cannot overcome the bureaucrats who control government, then you live in a bureaucracy, not a democracy. It's called tyranny. But that's literally what he's doing. He is an unelected individual who is not an employee of the federal government, who is literally kicking government workers out, who is accessing sensitive information.
I wish you would talk to me slower.
Let me say it again.
Or slowly.
He's accessing sensitive information in the federal government in the Department of Treasury.
Talk to me like I'm retarded.
Joining us now is California Congresswoman Sydney Kamlager-Doe from LA. Glad to have you here, Congresswoman. Republicans are just me see nothing. I don't see anything. I mean, for the people talk about presidential overreach. For the people talk about checks and balances. They are allowing this thug, this twice impeached, criminally convicted felon con man Donald Trump to allow individuals in to have complete run of the federal government. They are firing people. You've got. I just sat here and saw one story where the guy who he made the U.S. attorney in D.C., who defended January 6th defendants, has just fired 30 prosecutors who prosecuted those people. What you have is he ordered the removal and the firing of FBI 20 field directors. He's firing FBI agents who were just promoted. This is nothing but absolute retribution by this evil man.
Yeah, he is. We have a petty president who has asked every single Republican to bend the knee, and he is the ultimate DEI hire who has put forth so many unqualified, incompetent Looney Tunes before the Senate to be confirmed. And these folks don't know their ass from a hole in the wall. They're getting confirmed. Meanwhile, the names that you don't know, thankfully you are sharing them, people like Russ Vought and, of course, Stephen Miller, are the ones behind the scenes who have actually written these heinous, dangerous plans to kill us, to create anarchy. These folks are, I think, trying to stoke a civil war between Black America and white America. And as you said, blaming every single thing on DEI. I don't think this is really about DEI anymore. I think this is about the resegregation of America.
Yep.
And we have to just stand firm. We have to call it out. And we have to kind of punch back, because it is evident that even when they get knocked down, they got knocked down with these temporary
resegregation. Y'all
judges,
bitching about
the funding freezes, about the birthright citizenship.
Black colleges and shit, though.
So now we have to legislate through litigation because he's trying to usurp the power of Congress. Our power is the power of the purse. So this is what's so interesting, Rowan. And first, hello, how are you? So good to see you and to be on your show. But he has the Supreme Court, this corrosive, corrupted court. He has the Senate and he has Congress, and he don't even trust them. Okay, all these executive orders are because he don't even trust the Republicans, who he brought to Doral, Florida, to bend the knee to him. And it was evident that he didn't like what he was hearing from them when he was telling them all of his bidding that they needed to do. So he's continuing to run roughshod over the American people.
I mean, I'm sitting here pulling up a reporter who covers a lot of stuff. He is Kyle Griffin. He's with MSNBC. And go to it. So this was 26 minutes ago. Interim U.S. Attorney Ed Martin just announced the dismissal of roughly 30 federal prosecutors who worked on Capitol riot cases in the D.C. office over the past 4 years. Notifications went out at about 5 p.m. on Friday. Also, the CDC is scrubbing a swath of HIV-related content from the agency's website as a part of Trump's broader effort to wipe out DEI initiatives across the federal government. At one point, the CDC's main HIV page was down temporarily. It's unclear how HIV content is DEI content. So you got that going. And then, of course, this was 3 hours ago. Donald Trump is escalating.
Because why the fuck are we acting like we have an HIV outbreak still? We don't. Can't people just stop? Everybody knows about HIV now, don't they? They know that it's really dangerous to have sex without protection. You can die from it. Maybe they don't need to fund that anymore. Possibly. In the beginning, people didn't really know. You had to get the word out. Hey, man, you can actually die from sex now. There's this new thing. But it's probably outdated. I get it.
David Sundberg, the assistant director in charge of the FBI's Washington field office, has been notified that he'll lose his job. Sundberg headed the office as his agents participated.
I think it's DEI because that shit was only still in place for fucking people that are retarded. Because everybody else knows that already. That's it. There's a DEI program. I see it.
doing is also, and this was another post, several top FBI executives promoted by ex-director Christopher Wray, including officials who oversee the Bureau's criminal and cyber investigations, have been told to resign or retire and that they'll be demoted or reassigned if they don't leave. The senior officials are career civil servants, meaning they can't be fired without cause. And so they are just wreaking havoc. I saw another post. They are removing federal prosecutors from drug cases in order for them to prosecute illegal immigration cases.
Why can't they fire them? The senior officials are career civil servants. They can't be fired without cause. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. They have to keep giving them extensions for their job. They get to just stay there forever.
Cause. And so they are just wreaking havoc. I saw another post. They are removing federal prosecutors from drug cases in order for them to prosecute illegal immigration cases.
It's a hot mess. I do not know if that is a technical term.
What kind of drug? Are they lifting them off of weed cases? Because go for that, dude. Because there probably are some federal weed cases out there for some big loads or whatever. I can imagine interstate weed cases. Yeah, definitely pull them off anything weed related and put them on the border. I agree.
That is what is going on. So, as you know, in Project 2025, he said all of this was going to happen. He's now trying to reclassify all of these federal workers. Of course, we know many federal workers are African American. I talked to some, and they've said, hell no, I'm not going to go. He's going to have to come after me. I'm not leaving. It took me so long to get this job, to get the qualifications and the experience and the education that I needed to get it.
Do what?
Be
a DI person?
But he is trying to clean house and replace civil servants
with
loyalists.
47 prosecutors.
Well, he's already said he's going to clean house with DOJ.
He's right. What he's doing is anybody who was involved in investigating him, he's fine. FBI agents, prosecutors, anybody.
And he wants, there was a thing I was reading about CBS. He actually wants all of the documents, all of the materials, all of the evidence that had to do with any of his cases. He wants to see. So, I mean, this is a petty president who has gone rogue, and it is all about revenge for the second term. Now, I don't know about you, but where I live, eggs are $15, and he has not done anything to bring down the cost of eggs.
Oh, wait a minute. He came out today and talked about these tariffs. Go to my iPad. Auto stocks. Look what happened here. Also, it was interesting is Eric Erickson, who is a big-time conservative, who has been supporting Donald Trump, who criticized him the first time, but voted for him the second time. And he posted this. Thank you, Donald Trump, for announcing tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Really helped my 401k today. Hopefully, you're just threatening and not actually doing. So, and I'm like, Eric, you effed around and found out. You supported that man, you voted for that man, and now your 401k is in the dumpsters because of what he did.
And people don't understand, tariffs are a two-way street. It's not just the United States saying this is what I'm going to do. China has leverage over us. They have a lot of our debt. Mexico's a major trading partner, as is Canada. So we're going to try these tariffs. They're going to come after us. Now, while you're doing that, of course, the backdrop is going after every single immigrant or person that you deem to be an immigrant, right? So now we're seeing the Cops Bad Boys TV show playing out in real time using military aircraft because he thinks this life is reality TV. And I'm going to tell you, Roland, that means strawberries are going to be costing $40. Okay?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm just saying here, he was, hold on. The media asked Donald Trump how his tariffs into his plan to lower costs. Listen to what he actually said. All y'all idiots who are like, oh yeah, Trump's going to bring prices down. He lied to you. Watch.
The European Union has treated us so terribly. You promised Americans to try to reduce costs, and so many of the products that would be tariffed when they come into the country, the outgoing country is not paying the tariff. The buyers in the United States pay that, and then that's passed on to consumers in most instances. Sometimes. How would you expect to have prices come down if you have such a broad plan for tariffs? And what do you say to the voters who want to see you reduce everyday costs? Well, let me just tell you that I got elected for a lot of reasons. Number one was the border. Number two was inflation, because I had almost no inflation. And yet I charged hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs to countries. And to think of it, I had almost no inflation, and I took in $600 billion of money from other countries. And the tariffs don't cause inflation. They cause success. They cause big success. So we're going to have great success. There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that. I had that when I negotiated some of the good deals for the farmers. And unfortunately, those deals have been led astray by Biden and his people because they didn't enforce the deals.
Y'all, it's going to be some short term. I'm like, okay, believe that?
No, boo. No, boo. It is not going to be short term. First of all, I don't understand why he continues to talk about Joe Biden. Joe Biden is no longer president. I swear Donald Trump has such penis envy when it comes to Joe Biden. But the reality is, when you're talking about immigration, you're actually talking about supply and demand. You need more people coming into your country because the demand is greater than the supply. Immigration is about competition, and it is about economic strength. So he wants to take away all of our assets, a lot of our assets, a lot of our competitive edge, by doing this crazy crackdown on immigration, which is really about xenophobia. So we don't have Bob the Builders anymore, okay? Half of Los Angeles burned up in both of these fires. If we're talking about a massive rebuild, who will be building those homes, Roland? Who will be rebuilding those businesses? Because he's trying to get rid of all of the workers, all of the support that this state really relies on to make us the largest economic capital in the world.
Well, you're gonna love this. Let me pull up my iPad. So
we don't have
for me, thank goodness, I've never drank in my life. So thank goodness. But here's what's absolutely just what you were talking about. We already see the impact when it comes to crops. So before I was coming in, I came in, so I've got my, you know, I'm trying to sit here and do my
do
meal
it?
plan. So this is a black-owned protein company. I'm gonna show the back because they ain't advertising, so they ain't us a check. Okay. So, but it's a black-owned protein shake company. And what's crazy is, so I said, all right, I gotta eat every 3 hours. So let me go to the CVS across the street. Let me grab me a banana. I go in, none. I go to the 7-Eleven. That's a block over, nothing there. I go to another store, I go finally find a smoothie place. They have 5 left. The whole thing is empty. And I said point blank, I said, y'all better get used to it. Y'all better get used to these empty baskets because who y'all think is gonna be out there picking stuff?
Exactly.
And prices gonna jump up. Go ahead.
100%. So we did a press conference today to talk about food access because of the funding freeze. You know, half the folks in our community are using WIC. The man is trying to do this funding freeze that would impact SNAP, food stamps. A lot of white folks on food stamps, okay? It would actually stop funding for baby formula. So now why are you going to take it out on the babies? So we had a farmer come. And I have been complaining about $15 eggs because that is too expensive for me. And when I go to the grocery store, they have a couple of baskets of $15 eggs. And then there's only maybe 2 or 3 cartons. And the rest is barren. And the farmer was saying, yes, when you cut money to USDA, when you cut money to federal programs, when you don't have inspections for some of these massive farms, then you have all these recalls. When you have recalls, that means they have to take the food off the shelves. So then you have to rely on the small farmers to supplement the food that you can't get at the grocery store. And the small farmers also rely heavily on federal funds. So the small farmers can't deliver in absence of the large companies that you are so used to seeing when you go to the grocery store because everyone has been impacted by this president, by his administration, and by these funding freezes. People say, oh no, government is bad. I'm telling you, boo, you need federal government in every single thing that you do. Just because you don't see it does not mean that the federal government is not somehow funding how you are able to live your life.
Well, folks, y'all gonna get used to seeing a whole lot of this right here, and that is empty baskets and shelves over the next 4 years. Congresswoman, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Folks, gonna go to a break. We go a quick break. We come back. I'm gonna chat with my panel. I know they cannot wait to chat. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered right here on the Black Star Network.
What's up, y'all? Look, Fanbase is more than a platform. It's a movement to empower creators, offering a unique opportunity for everyday people to invest in black-owned tech, infrastructure, and help shape the future of social media. Investing in technology is essential for creating long-term wealth and influence individually. The black community must not only consume tech, we must own it. Discover how.
Filter deep into it, like Pastor. Now see here, we told y'all what was gonna happen. But a whole bunch of these Trump people effed around and found out. And now they're crying. Here's this white woman in North Carolina.
We voted for Trump because he promised while he was campaigning like a million times that when he got into office he was going to bring down prices, bring down grocery prices. The inflation has been high ever since COVID, and he promised he would bring that down, but it's obvious to me now that that was not true. Egg prices have skyrocketed. The bird flu is killing all the birds, and he doesn't seem to be doing anything about that. He's stopping disease communications from the disease centers in America, pulled us out of the WHO. Like, how does that help anything? And yeah, all he's been doing is taking away rights and freedoms, or trying to. He's not doing anything about the economy. So yeah, we totally regret our vote at this point. We've had a really tough time here in North Carolina. Half of my house got washed away in Hurricane Helene, and I applied for FEMA assistance, and we got approved. But now Trump is canceling FEMA and emergency assistance to people. He's also canceled Medicaid for my children. I know they said they put a halt on his freezing of the funds, but the Medicaid portal is still not working, so we can't access anything for our children's health insurance.
Whatever. Panel, Michael Imhotep, host of Detroit, Matt Manning, civil rights attorney out of Corpus Christi, Derek Jackson, Georgia State Representative out of Atlanta. Derek, your state went for Donald Trump, and I don't want to hear nothing. Again, for that woman right there, all I have for you is Scarface's no tears.
Mr. Rowland, I don't think we can say we told you so. When you think about what he said while he was campaigning, he is fulfilling every promise, and that was outlined in Project 2025. We are not surprised. I just want to make 2 points, Roland, if I could. When you started off talking about the HBCU funding, and people don't understand, right? That B in there stands for black. We get that. But when you think about the number of folks that walk through the doors of HBCUs, and then Pell Grant funding, which also be, they're aiming to remove Pell Grants. And so I had to do some math here and look at the data, because on the Roland Martin Show, we talk about facts and figures and data. 72% black students get Pell Grants. 51% Indian students get Pell Grants. 48% Hispanic students and Latino students get Pell Grants. 36% Asian students get Pell Grants. 34% white students get Pell Grants. And so while he's going after the HBCU, they're going to do this in the most clever way, because not all actions, Roland, as you well know, are done through legislative means. All he has to do as the president, call up the Speaker of the House and simply instruct the Speaker to say, remove all funding for Pell Grants. That doesn't require a legislative action. That doesn't require an executive order. That doesn't require a memo. All he has to do is call up the Speaker of the House and say, remove all Pell Grants funding. The second and my last point, Roland, if I could, when you think about this whole thing about diversity, equity, and inclusion,
I don't think they'll
and
do
as a retired
that.
military officer, and in the 18 months of my 22 years, I was an air traffic controller. And it frustrated the hell out of me when I watched this individual said what he stated. At the time, he stated. Not only was incredulous, not only was disgusting and despicable. When you think about the rigorous process that air traffic controllers have to go through, I just want to let your audience know, air traffic controllers, it's only 73% that are white. Black air traffic controllers is 9%.
But not only 73%. I mean, that's a huge number. But again, we understand what their game is. But here's the reality that we kept saying it over and over again, Michael. Go to my iPad. This is from CNN. Quote, this is exactly the work we set out to do. Paul Dans, who oversaw Project 2025 at the Conservative Heritage Foundation, told CNN in an interview Wednesday, it's still in the early first stages of bearing fruit, but we wanted to make sure the president was ready to hit the ground running on day one. The rapidity and the depth of what they rolled out this quickly is a testament to the work done in Project 2025 and other presidential transition projects. We warned people on this show.
Yeah.
I remember the reporter from Axios reported in the first year of the Biden administration, Republicans were planning this.
Oh shit! Trident came back, huh?
That was so for 3 years, and folk were just sitting here. I mean, for 4 years. Here you go. People, and then when they, I've never heard of it. I don't want to read it. I have no idea. They were lying. And these idiots in the media went, well, Trump says that's not his plan. He's got Agenda 47, which was the same thing. And so now these people realize what they're doing. And so they want the chaos, and you got it.
So you're talking about Jonathan Swan. That was July 2022, Axios.com. And that was when I first found out about
doing a lot to help out Trident
employees to reclassify at least about 50,000 employees as Schedule F, fire them and replace them with Trump loyalists. And it's important for people to understand Donald Trump in 2020 signed an executive order to reclassify some federal employees as Schedule F, but he did not have the database at the time to replace them. President Joe Biden, when he became president in 2021, he rescinded that executive order. Trump has put it back in place now, and they have the database. They have the litmus test. They've been planning 3.5 years. And it's important for people to understand. We've talked about this before on the show, Roland. I've been on virtual town halls, and there was a town hall meeting that the AKA grad chapter, Alpha Kappa Alpha grad chapter organized here in Detroit, warning the Black community about Project 2025. The full name of it is Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, Project 2025. From the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation has been putting out their policy playbook called Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, each election cycle going back to 1981 under the Reagan administration. They've been doing this over 40 years. And when you research this, in Reagan's first term, they got 60% of their policy recommendations put in place in Reagan's first term. In the first year of the first Trump administration in 2017, they got 64% of about 334 policy recommendations put in place. One of those was withdrawn from the Paris Climate Accord. One of the things that they want to do is to repeal the Affordable Health Care Act, Obamacare. We know Trump tried through Republicans in the legislative branch of government tried to do that at least 60 times. So this is real. Okay, we warned people. And you don't put a plan, a 922-page plan, you don't sit and write it if you don't plan to implement it. 140 people from the first Trump administration were involved in writing it, and now he's nominated people like Russell Vaught, who's known as the architect of Project 2020.
So here's the thing here's the thing here, Matt, that people need to understand. It's going to impact a lot of Black people. They don't care. You talk about programs, about cutting off checks, you name it. And so they want this chaos. And again, for the people, for the Black people who are out there, a lot of these YouTube folks who are running their mouths, okay, yeah, that's what y'all want? You got it for 4 years. Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, man.
The cruelty is the point. The cruelty is the point. It's not a byproduct. It is the express, what they're seeking, the express consequence of these policies. And on top of that, this is so disingenuous to me. I absolutely abhor this kind of thing, right? At least be honest and say, we knew he was a known quantity. We voted for him as a known quantity. We, suspected we weren't going to get 100% of what we wanted, but we voted for him and we knew this was coming down the pike. This smells like people are trying to not clout chase, but trying to get, their neighbors to say, hey, I'm actually a good person, forgive me. I thought he was going to do this one thing I voted on. And look, here's the thing. We know people aren't single issue voters. Trump has a policy, or at least has a position on most things that are going to affect people's lives, right? So if you vote for him, you know what he's going to do. This is dishonest to me, and this is people I think just not owning up to the fact that they either voted along the whiteness lines or they voted along some other lines from this candidate who was talking about the things he said he was going to do from day one. What did he say, tongue in cheek, months ago? Day one, I will be a dictator. And what are we seeing? Dictatorial actions. We are literally seeing, the rounding up of immigrants in our country. We're seeing the fomenting of, us versus them, even more so than it was in his prior term. And what you're seeing is they are continuing to push the bounds of constitutionality. I mean, when you have a federal judge saying this is blatantly unconstitutional, right, and asking an assistant U.S. attorney if he stands by the argument that this is truly a constitutional position, and he has to hem and haw because it's ideological and not, moral or legally based in any kind of merit, you know that we are in bizarro world, and anybody who voted for Donald Trump voted with this intent to happen, not because they thought it wasn't going to happen, but instead they knew it would and voted in spite of that. So I think this is disingenuous. And when I see people who I know voted for Trump saying this kind of thing, I'm like, keep it, because we know it isn't honest and we know it's not true.
Well, folks need to recognize this was going on, and you talk about cruelty is the point. That's exactly what it is. When we come back, we're going to talk to some disabled activists. Did y'all hear the nastiness of this man and how he just demeaned and ridiculed the disabled? It wasn't astonishing because we all know he's an idiot and he has no empathy. He is a sick and demented man. We'll talk to them when we come back on the other side. Don't forget, support the work that we do, folks. Listen, we're talking about stuff other people are scared of. Your support is critical to our success. If you want to give via Cash App, use the Stripe QR code.
Don't forget. Hey, thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to end this one for now, though. I'm going to end the Kitty Cam for Friday night. Kitty Cam is going to be ending right now. Due to the food being gone. And Trident just ate at dinner, I think. I probably won't be coming back. Mama usually doesn't come back this late. Crossback's been MIA for 2 days now. Maybe hopefully they're eating somewhere else. And Tux, who knows? Hey. Oh. 82 golden coin. Thanks for hanging. Ted Thomas. Steve, thanks for holding down for the $30 freaking dollars. I'm gonna go towards cat food because I just bought some for the kitties, and gonna give them some truer treats too this week. Have some of those they'll be getting here today or tomorrow. I'll be able to put a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know what I mean? Flavor it up a little bit for them, maybe entice them to tell their friends about the spot. Hey, you got some pudding over there now, man. Fish pudding. And I wish I'd have sprinkled out some catnip for Tux one day or something. I miss Tux every day. I don't know, it just seemed like I would just run out there and feed him. But being able to softly, like slowly pet him while he was eating, and he would push into my hand. He would want me to pet him while he was eating. Yeah. Different than all the others. YouTube, Miss Bungle. I'll probably live on the other channel if you want to come by. Give me a little while to get up. Get on up. Get on up. Get on up. Get up now. Get on up. Dude, the PlayStation's been on all day. It's warm in here when I got back. Alright, y'all. What the heck? That's not the right button. See y'all on the next one. Thanks again. Keep breathing.
Another one.
Meow.